You are watching Co-op for Two. Good evening. It's Thursday, August 13th, 2026, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. You're joining me for what seems like it may be 5 sessions playing through a case called The Collector Part 3, Case 3, The Actress. Now, I say 5 sessions because if you look here, this is a trilogy of cases written for New York Noir by a viewer, Anna. We played the first case called The Rookie a year ago. And you can see we played a case that took us 1 session. We played case 2 called The Model on Monday and Tuesday of this week. And you can see it's about double the size of the first case. And here we have case 3, The Actress, which looks like it's doubled again. God help us if there's ever a part 4. And I think the best way to enjoy this, I mean, I love these epic experiences. Some of my favorite experiences on this channel have been playing through the larger Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective expansions, Adventures by Gaslight, and the Queen's Park Affair. So I really enjoy these large cases. But it does require a sort of dedication, concentration, stamina, and occasionally we push too hard to finish something in one evening or play too much in the evening and 7 hours go by and we're kind of wasted. So I think the best way for us to really enjoy this, especially if we're going to play it on paper and not write on it, which makes it harder, and especially if I'm not going to have my key detectives with me all 5 days, if it's just me for some of this, we're in an uphill battle. But that means that the best way for us to enjoy it, appreciate it, and solve it is to not rush through it. So my plan is to play 1 virtual day per session. This is a 5-day case. And I think what we'll do, it's not just that it's a 5-day case, right? It's that it's a 5-day case where the way Anna has written it, it sort of requires that we remember stuff occasionally, which is not my strong suit. The good news is Anna is in the chat and can give us a hand, give me a hand when I get stuck somewhere where there's something I'm supposed to remember. But okay, so I've got the 2 cases set aside. Here are the stats for this case. Let me remind you, if you join me for this, which I'd love to have your company for 5 days, then everything will be spoiled. And you can grab this and play it yourself on the New York Noir website. In fact, you do not have to print this out. These 228 pages, you do not have to print them out, and you don't have to print out this 500 plus pages of documents. You can play everything online. It's actually very convenient to play it all online. You've got the map, you've got the directories you can search, and you've got a built-in PDF reader for this. You can play it on tablets, on your PC, whatever. So you may want to stop watching this stream as soon as you see whether this is for you or not, and go play it yourself. Come back in a week and watch this live playthrough and see how you did compared to us here. All right, let's check in with the chat, see if there's anything else to talk about before we get started here. YouTube says 14 viewers. Actually, this is not the right view. I have to write some code to fix that. I can't see how many likes. I'm going to assume that all 14 of you have liked this video. I'm going to assume it has 14 likes. The model, which we played Monday and Tuesday, was really very good. And just to give you a brief recap, since Anna does not seem to want to give us recaps in these cases, this trilogy follows a pair of detectives, an experienced detective, that's us, Lucas, and his rookie partner, Brooke. And in the first case, Brooke was trying to look good in the eyes of his mentor, Lucas, investigate this criminal called the Collector, which we've only heard rumors of, and Brooke got hit on the head, put into the hospital. Turns out he was taken advantage of by a cat burglar, all this stuff. In case 2, called The Model, we were mainly investigating the murder of a nude model, a case with a fantastic ending, but only barely about this Collector, who the trilogy is named after, this Collector. So I expect that today we're going to really be focused on this Collector. Now, what we did learn in case 2 is that the Collector is after a writer, something owned by a writer, looking for a cat burglar. So he wants to steal something. A writer who's got, it's personal, it's a writer, and some connection between this writer and Greenwich Village. And so we've got some candidates, and the 2 top candidates are Edgar Allan Poe and Mark Twain. And we learned a little bit about Mark Twain being involved with Nikola Tesla and some patents. This is all true real-life stuff. And so we did eventually track down a guy that we think is working for the Collector, named Finley in case 1, but we think we've discovered his real name, and I think it was Gale or something like that. And he worked for Edgar Tate and Company, trying to buy these patents that Nikola Tesla and Mark Twain had. And so we think actually that that's our most likely case, that the Collector has got this guy working for him, and they're trying to get Mark Twain's patents, but that's not a sure thing. And as you can see in the chat, someone was asking, can we start from case 3, or do you have to go back to the beginning? No, you really should watch case 1, 2, and 3. There's not that much that you need to know, but yeah, you probably shouldn't jump into this one. So lots of reasons for everyone to leave this stream, and we've got 14 viewers now. By the time we get to the 5th session, I guarantee you that will be cut in half. But we'll see how it goes. That's all fine. I expect I might be doing a couple of these sessions just me here without my normal backup. So I have to admit, I'm a little nervous about that. 4 years ago, I was like, all right, I'll play this Sherlock Holmes case. Takes me 4 hours all by myself, no one to talk to. Now I've come to rely on the channel to save me from some of my worst slip-ups. So I will try to slow down a little bit. I know that sounds crazy coming from me, but I will try to slow down and take good notes so that we can survive. The longer the case, the harder the case, the more important the notes. You all know the motto of this channel is that the notes solve the case. And it's not just that this case is longer. I do want you to notice the difficulty level that Anna has chosen here. So the first case was 2 out of 5. The second case was 2 out of 5. The third case is 4 out of 5. So this is going to challenge us, I think. We've got a stack of 20 documents that I have put into envelopes for us. So we'll be going through lots of documents. We also have a campaign log that we've been updating as we play through the cases, and I have updated the campaign log to use checkboxes and add some of the keywords that Anna created for her trilogy. So here's our campaign log. In fact, we might as well start this out. This case is The Actress. We're playing it on 8/13. We don't know how long it's going to take us. The rest we don't know. So here we go. Here's what we have so far in our first 2 cases. Here's our campaign checkboxes, and I'm very curious in the years to come to see how other groups might have done differently here. I gave us a check mark here in Clever. I'm not sure we deserve that. Maybe I'll put a question mark here. I'm not sure. I didn't originally do it, but then we'll have to go back and double check all this. All right, so that's our campaign log, and that one's our old version. This was case 2, which we'll hold on to. Day 1 and day 2 from the model. Mr. Finley was the guy that we think we've tracked down. I should have put his alias here from our case 2. All right. The other thing to point out is Anna wrote this a year ago, and so she may not remember it all that well either, and there's lots of room in such a giant case, very hard to play test, very few play tests. In fact, I'm not sure there are any play testers of The Actress. Are there, Anna? Did anyone play through it? Did anyone actually play through it? Debbie Levy has been helping all of the authors edit cases, and we do have a group of very good playtesters, but for these big giant cases, I'm not sure there are playtesters, but it sounds like we do have a playtester. Despaminite played through it a year ago. Boy, it is a real sacrifice that these playtesters make to play these early versions of the cases, because they get the worst version of the case. Despaminite has tested some of my games. Like, they get the cases before they get fixed. So it is a huge service that the playtesters do for the authors, and they are really appreciated. You can see that they're appreciated if you go on the New York Noir website and look at the contributors page. We have a section honoring our playtesters and the sacrifices they've made. By the way, huge improvements to the New York Noir website over the last week. More coming on the way. We'll probably do a New York Noir update in a week or so. So if all goes well, we'll be playing this today, tomorrow. Maybe we'll take off Saturday and then do Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. or maybe we'll go Thursday, Friday, Saturday, take off Sunday, something like that. Probably we'll take off one of the days. We won't play 5 days in a row. We'll play 2, take a break, and so on. All right, are we ready? Are we really ready to go? Is there anything else to talk about? Normally our Sundays would be our play by mail. I'm not sure what we're going to do this Sunday though. Last Sunday, we took a look at this crazy game, puzzle game. It didn't look like a game. Turns out it is a puzzle. Swords Against. So maybe we'll have a Swords Against session on Sunday. I'm not sure. We won't be starting a new Dear Holmes case. That much I know. All right, if there's nothing else. I was just rewatching that scene from Troy. I hated Odysseus so much. I went back and watched some of Troy with Brad Pitt. There's a scene, an amazing scene after the battle where Achilles is screaming out, "Is there no one else?" Okay. And it says 3 playtesters. All right. Well, here we go. The Collector, Case 3, The Actress. This is really quite special that we're playing a case that's a year old, a trilogy. We're finishing the trilogy. It's a huge accomplishment on Anna's part, and quite special that we've gotten to the point where we can play it today. We are going to play it using the paper directories rather than the online tools, just to stress test the paper directories. 375K. Let me just compare that. I want to see. Is it double? Yeah, it's over double the size of the case we played on Monday and Tuesday. Okay, here we go. Once again, I did not print out a second copy of this. That's okay. That actually didn't turn out to be that useful. Look at all these leads and documents and hints. And look at all the hints Anna wrote. We played yesterday's case. We played Monday and Tuesday, part 2, and never used the hints. Think about the work that goes into a New York Noir case compared to a Sherlock Holmes consulting detective case, that all these hints get written to help players who did not find these on their own. We'll probably need to use 1 or 2 of those, but it's a huge amount of work, but it makes a huge difference in terms of ensuring people don't get to the end and have missed major things, and keep frustration low. All right, let's see. Okay, look, it looks like Anna has added some stuff here. All right, let's skim through this. Instructions. We need the research guide, white pages, yellow pages, reverse directory map atlas. At the beginning of each day, you'll find out what time you start your investigation. We do overtime, which will take a demerit and lose us 2 points. We should note the time that leads take. This time does pass on this game. There are 3 sets of questions with different points, culture points, or other possibilities. You can use hints if you're stuck. You only need to deduct points if you learn new information from them. All of this stuff is repeated when we get to it, so this is just a little heads up. You could count your minus points by checking the demerit boxes, culture points by checking culture boxes, etc., and reputation. You will get more than 1 newspaper in this case. If you read all the articles, you'll earn culture points. Okay, before you start, if you didn't revisit the following leads in cases 1 and 2, go back to casebooks 1 and 2 and do it now. You can reread them anyway, just as a reminder. So, we did reread the Earless Jimmy quotes. The one was him talking about Finley, and Finley being the collector's right-hand man, or as his current worker, short, bald, I think that was it. Short and bald, very short, and looking for a cat burglar. And then in case 2, Jimmy's note, which I have in the documents if we want to refer to it, but basically he said, it has nothing to do with Willoughby. This is our informant, Earless Jim. He says, nothing to do with Willoughby's. It's personal to the collector. It's a writer. And then when we talk to him later, it's an old dead writer. And when we talk to him later, we heard that it's personal. The writer has a tie with Greenwich Village, and it's personal to the collector. The library in Greenwich Village just let us read a little bit about Nikola Tesla, Mark Twain, and Edgar Allan Poe. We can grab that and reread it when the time comes. And people involved in this Shakespeare Society, and people involved with Edgar Allan Poe, and people are involved with Mark Twain. We heard about a cousin and Poe Appreciation Society. Those were all in the paper, including Poe's birthday group, a group of women that have been following Edgar Allan Poe, and a cousin of Mark Twain who holds on to the patents and the items for Mark Twain's history that we think the collector might be trying to steal. Did we read the Poe dinner? I believe we did. Did we read Mr. Hopkins about his uncle? This is Irwin Hopkins. I know we visited Irwin Hopkins because we got a very nice, interesting discussion. I believe we talked to Miss Boyle about the Poe dinner, but if we have any doubt, we could look these up here. So I think this is great. This is really important. If you've got a case that's part of a campaign and the players have to, you should assume the players haven't played it for a year. And so this is a great thing to say, like, go back and reread these if you haven't, or if you've forgotten them. So 58595. Let's just make sure we've read these. So this is Boyle, who organized the dinner. Mildred Boyle, chubby little lady, horn-rimmed glass spectacles. Yeah, we did read this, absolutely. She talks about these women that formed this society for Edgar Allan Poe appreciation. And the dinner is coming up on the 19th of January, I think, Saturday. And then the guests. So is that important to us? I'm not sure. I did write these down, but I've thrown away the notes. Okay, that's okay. We can always come back to it here. And then when we talked to Lawson Irwin, that's where we learned about his Mark Twain collection and inheritance. And someone thought they should get some of that inheritance. And then Edgar Tate, Mr. Gant, that was the name of the guy that we think might have been alias to Mr. Finley. This was the alias. The new name he has at Edgar Tate is Mr. Gant. Okay. So he was pretty standoffish. We talked to him. He said, like, our company's trying to buy the patents. That's why we keep pestering Lawson Irwin to let us buy them. There's no crime in that. Get out of my office. Don't forget to use your case logs from case 1 and 2 to look up lead numbers you've already visited. So we're allowed to go back and read entries in the previous cases, but here they are here. I think we're good here. I think this was the case I made the new player chart for. When you say new player chart, I'm not sure what you're referring to, unless the Spamonite was the first person who helped me prototype daily logs and sheets, but I don't know if you're talking about something else. All right, you will need your campaign log, which I have. You saw the new version of it is right here, brand new version. I'll put that on the website in the next couple of days. Documents 10 and 17 contain photos. You might print those out in heavier paper, cut them out, put them in envelopes. Nice. This case is longer than the first two. Maybe it's a good idea to stop after a set of questions. In that case, you could play this game in 3 sessions. I might even suggest 1 session per day. I think that's good timing. All right, here we go. This is exciting. If you have not joined me for one of these epic 5-day experiences, you are in for a something different. If you've got the stamina. I know the timing's not great. It's weekdays, it's weekends, but you don't have to watch it live. No shame. All right, here we go. Day 1, Christopher Street Boarding Houses, Thursday, January 17th. Did you hear this one? Asks the kid with a sly smile. Oh no, not another joke. A police officer sees a drunken man intently searching the ground near a lamppost and asks him the goal of his quest. He reads from the newspaper. The inebriate replies he's looking for his car keys, and the officer helps for a few minutes without success. Then he asks whether the man is certain that he dropped the keys near the lamppost. No, is the reply. I lost the keys somewhere across the street. Then why look here? Asks the surprised and irritated officer. The light's much better here, the intoxicated man responds with aplomb. The kid is grinning. You smile back. I have heard that joke. He suddenly puts down the paper and takes out a notebook. Okay, what's the plan for today? He's half sitting in his bed now. The doctor let him out of the hospital yesterday with strict orders to stay in bed with a rest for a few more days. Oh, that's Brooke. Your plan, kid, is to rest. Put that notebook away, lie back down. This scribbling does no good for your concussion. I said I'll let you know about the details of my investigation as long as you obey your doctor's orders, remember? Oh, God, you sound like your mother, or worse, the kid's mother. Where is your good old contempt for this rookie? Brooke puts down his notes and lies down in his bed obediently. Okay, so what are your plans for today, Detective Lucas? He looks at you with exaggerated interest. What a cheek. Well, I hope not much is happening at the station, though I do need to drop by there around noon. But until then, I think I'll hit the library again and dig up more about our 2 remaining authors. Maybe I'll find something that helps us determine which one of them is the collector after. The collector is after. This should be. I'm also curious about who Finley hired. Maybe Jimmy's heard something new since you talked to him, Brooke says eagerly. It's obvious he's proud of his underground connection. And the Villager's new issue should be out today. Could you buy me a copy? Sure, kid. I'll buy you a paper, and I'll try Earless Jimmy as well. And don't forget, the speakers for that Poe dinner are starting to arrive today. I may take a look at them. Could also try to find that aunt of Hopkins who was interested in Twain's manuscript, so there's a lot to do. Now, you sleep a bit. I'll come back tomorrow and tell you about my day. You take your hat, wave goodbye, and you're on the hunt again. They say the 3rd time's the charm. If it's true, this time you'll catch this elusive collector. Okay, the day is starting at 9 a.m., ending at 8 p.m. Okay, so let's get out our materials we're going to need for today. We don't need any of these, but we're going to need 1 tracking case sheet for the case, and then we're going to need a daily log sheet for each day of the case. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe I'll just get one each session. One that, and then this is, we've already got campaign log. I'll put this away since we have a different version. Well, let me keep a copy out. Person of interest. We might decide to start filling that out some point. What's this about? More persons of interest. Okay. We'll go and get more person of interest cards if we need them. So let's just fill out our stuff here. This is the collector part 3, the actress. And we're playing it on 8/13. Okay. And then for our daily log. Okay, it's 9 a.m. the day starts. It's day 1, which is Thursday, and it is January 17. And what is our year again? 1935. So our previous case was the 15th. Okay, so a couple days, just a day or two past our previous case. All these cases happen in a sequence of days. They're not spread apart. This trilogy is all very close. Okay, and it says, don't forget to go to the police station between 12:30 and 1:30. So I'm going to put that down in our scheduled lead. 12:30 to 1:30. Police station. And we work out of Greenwich Village. This cop. Is it required? Seems like it is. And then sometime between 6 p.m. and 8, check out Jimmy's regular spot as well. And don't forget to buy the kid a villager. Okay, so 6 and 8 p.m. we're supposed to visit Jimmy, earless Jimmy. And we know he hangs out at Julius's bar. Is that required? Kind of. It seems like it will. It's not really an optional thing. When you reach 8 p.m., workday ends. You can work overtime until 10 if we want, suffering a demerit per. 10 p.m. you visit late night leads, after which your day comes to an end. If you don't want to work overtime, you can visit the late night leads at 8 p.m. The game tells you about possible late night leads. When it happens, don't forget to write them down. You can use your case log scheduled events part for that. Okay, so we're just going to put in here that 8 p.m. is end of day, and then at 10 p.m. we've triggered late night. Fine. And then we'll go to day 2. All right, turn the page when you're ready to begin day 2. So that's it. We're off to the races here. So he had some suggestions for stuff that he wanted to do, right? What did Lucas tell Brooke? He said, and then maybe we want to note we should buy a paper. So we don't have a newspaper yet, but we could go buy a newspaper right now, but we can't go to the bar now. What were the things he suggested he might want to fill out? He said the guests are arriving for the dinner, so he might break out the newspaper listing the guests coming into town. I wonder though. Okay, let's just reread. Okay. I do need to drop by around noon, so we're not going to go there yet. The speakers of the Poe dinner are starting to arrive, and I might try to find the aunt of Irwin Hopkins. Okay, I'm going to get out the newspaper from our case 2 because a bunch of those people are mentioned there. So let's go get the newspaper from our previous case. Where was the newspaper? I think it was document 2. No. It did tell us at some point, but surely I'll find it sooner or later. I'm printing out case one. I see the New York is the base game linked to all files for latest release. Yeah, you want the download for all the latest release, but you should not print them out. You should not print them out. You should use the PDFs, or you should use the online tools. The easiest way, honestly, the easiest way is to play it using the online directories without even using the PDFs is the easiest way to play. So actually the way you're doing it is the way I would do it. I would print out the case. I would let myself read the case. I would let myself write on the case, but I would use the online map and search tools for everything else. And if you go to newyorknoir.org, you can click on the map entry in the header and just use the directories all there. The second best thing would be to download all the directories and use a tablet. So maybe, yeah, that's fine. All right, so, but no one should be printing out the directories yet. They've been stable for a while, but they actually, one of our recent volunteers, Dan, did a real thorough pass on the yellow pages and found a bunch of little minor fixes that have taken place. So there'll be one more official set of directory at least before we're done. Okay, so here's our paper from January 10th. And here is Lawson Irwin Hopkins. And he may not have talked about his aunt here. We may have to reread his entry where he talks about his aunt. But here is the Edgar Allan Poe dinner. I guess here, too, the guests aren't mentioned here. They're mentioned in the entry. We didn't visit the Hotel Lafayette yet, but... okay. So I was just thinking... like, the guests are going to be arriving for this big dinner on the 19th. And when we read Miss Boyle's entry, she listed a bunch of them. So I think we're going to go back to reread that entry. But I was thinking, they're coming into town, but that doesn't tell us where they are. They're not in our directory because they're out-of-town guests. But now I see the dinner is at the Hotel Lafayette. So that's probably where they're staying. Let's go there first. So we're going to go to the Hotel Lafayette, but before we do that, let us do our due diligence here and write down the leads from Boyle and Hopkins in our case too. So first is Boyle about the guests, 58595. Mildred Boyle. So we could visit Mildred Boyle again, but let's make our list. So we're going to have a card for our Edgar Allan Poe leads. Okay, so our first one is Mildred Sybil Boyle. And then the guests for the dinner, she mentions Dr. Thomas Murray Parrott, presumably a bunch of these are going to have reservations at Hotel Lafayette. Professor at Princeton. And then we have Dr. Thomas Olive Mabbitt. Two Thomases, huh? Thomas Olive Mabbitt. And who is he? Another authority, not told where. And then Channing Molick. And then guest of honor, Hiroshi Halto. So these are the big shots coming to the dinner. This guy is the Japanese ambassador. Okay, and then we do have a couple more people that form the Edgar Allan Poe Society, but we're just given their first names, so that's surely it for us here. Jonathan says, should we try to get the paper first? Possibly. I couldn't tell whether it was hinting for us to get the paper near Julius's bar, but we can check paper places in Greenwich Village. But let me finish doing this stuff here because we're going to need good notes. So what we want is Hopkins 26183. Five 1596. Okay, so this is Lawson Lewis Irwin Hopkins. I suppose he's again on our list here. We could re-talk to him, perhaps. We could ask him about two things in the past. One was the Shakespeare Fellowship, 59426. Remember, these are just previous leads from case 2. So, lots of pretty ladies. We asked him about Shakespeare Fellowship. We don't think Shakespeare's involved in this case, though. Maybe, I don't know if we need to write this down. Surely Ada Bossi has nothing to do with us. She's in the Shakespeare people, so this is not likely related to it, but I'm writing it down because Irwin is talking about it. And then the Consulate of Japan. I thought I tried to look up the Consulate of Japan and didn't get an entry. I got to make sure that that's right. In fact, I'm going to do that right now just to make sure. So in the yellow pages, this is again our previous case. I just want to make sure that there's no problem with consulate. Consulates of Japan, 53358. Okay, so it is here in the proper place. No mistake there. And where was okay? And then the other thing we asked him about is Mark Twain. This is the one we're most keen to read. 53250. Okay, so we talked to him about Mark Twain. He's got the valuable manuscripts. Remember, we think this is probably Mark Twain. It's probably our one. He's got them locked in a safe at his house. And he says, my Aunt Dorothy. So this is the person we want to talk to, his Aunt Dorothy, who visited me a couple times, told me how she regretted she didn't get any of Sam's, Uncle Sam is what they call him. Okay, her husband was a professor at Columbia. We did not follow up on that, but we can go to Columbia University. So that may be how we track her down. In fact, that would be my best guess, that we don't know her last name. She doesn't live in the city, perhaps. We don't know, but we do know where her husband works at Columbia. So I think we might be visiting Columbia University uptown. Then we hear more about Mark Twain and Nikola Tesla. And then he says Edgar Tate came around trying to buy it for a while. The company Edgar Tate and Co. It's very annoying. Okay, that's it. So we've got our 2 cards worth of leads. We want to follow up on Edgar Allan Poe and Mark Twain. And then if you're keeping your other to-do list, we've got the precinct. We've got the villager paper. I guess rather than go to a newsstand, we could go to the villager's office. Pick up a paper hot off the presses. And then we go to Earless Jimmy at the Julius Bar. All right. We now have we're going to keep better track of our cards today. Now, where would you like to go? Where would you like to go first? He also mentioned wanting to go to the library. Yes, he did. The Greenwich Village Library, sure. All right, I've added that to our list. Where shall we go first? John says, I'd like to get the paper. All right, so we could either try for a newsstand in Greenwich Village or we could go to the villager's office. I say we try going to the villager's office first. There may be no entry for it, but if there is, we might as well get the paper there and maybe we could talk to something. When you want to buy a paper, you don't go to the editorial office. Well, yeah, but they gotta have papers in the lobby or something. Is there a reason not to go there? I mean, we actually don't have a contact there, but I mean, there's no harm in trying. Is there? Unless we're going to break something. This is what I would do. The villager is 11648. 11648. There is an entry, but it doesn't sound like Anna wants us to go there. So should I not go there? I just figure we could ask about stuff too, but maybe that's premature. Okay, let's not do it. Anna can tell us later if anything would break if we tried to do it. All right, let's look up newspaper stands and try to find one in Greenwich Village, which is where our precinct is. And where we are now, I guess. Oh, 2 in Chinatown. Okay, here's one on 12th Street. Put here a newspaper stand. Where did it go? One 8795. Okay. Here's another one actually in the village as well. 71998. 2 places we might find paper. 18795. 18795. Okay. And we started at 9 a.m. Let's use our clock to keep track of time. Okay, 18795. If you don't have marker V, which we don't, go to 30870. Page 56. You buy the villager. 30 minutes goes by. Okay, it's 9:30 now. Circle document 2 on your case tracking sheet. You've gained access to document 2. Circle marker V1. Okay. So we've got access to document 2, which is a paper that we got at 30870, and marker V1. All right, let's go get our document. All right, well, it's a copy of today's paper. Thursday, January 17, 3 cents. It's the Villager. Okay, got a nice hefty paper here. 7 village actors in Day's new play. Okay, it's more follow-up on Shakespeare play. Maybe we're not out of the woods with Shakespeare yet. Look at this picture. That looks like an illustration that would be in the Villager. As we reported last week, the Shakespeare Fellowship is busy rehearsing A Midsummer Night's Dream with lots of young talents and proven stars in the cast and under the guidance of Edwin Day, the renowned director. One pair of young lovers will be played by Ada Bossi as Hermia and Stanley Street as Lysander, both new talents from Greenwich Village. Another pair will also be played by village talents, although we have seen them in a few productions already. Eloise Kellett as Helena and Arthur Baxter as Demetrius. Eloise Kellett was mentioned in our paper getting a divorce recently, remember? Here was her article about Miss Eloise Kellett was granted a divorce on the ground of adultery. And Audrey Seals also was getting a divorce in last week's paper. The star couple of Audrey Seals and Sylvester Tracy got the roles of Hippolyta and Oberon this time. We reported their divorce with a broken heart in our last issue. It's hard to believe that our own village dream couple didn't make it after all. We were really worried about the effect this divorce could have on the play, but director Day assured us the premiere isn't in danger because of the split of Seals and Tracy. Fortunately, they don't play a couple in the comedy. One of the most revered roles of the play, the mischievous Puck, will be played by a guest star from Bloomingdale's, Jerry Stamper, who is a proven comic of Broadway stages. Benjamin Miller, an older star of ours, will prove his talents in the role of King Theseus. The biggest surprise of the whole production, however, will be George Price, the former Hollywood star who'll try to conquer Broadway now with the leading role of Titania, the Fairy Queen. Oh, Georgia Price. Director Day assured us that a real theater curiosity awaits us with this exceptional cast and entirely new interpretation of the Bard's well-known work. The premiere is on Saturday, 7 p.m. at Madison Square Theater, 24th and Broadway. Tickets may be obtained from Miss Goldie Asbury, Secretary of the Shakespeare Fellowship. Okay, so I'm going to start a new card for Shakespeare Fellowship. And then I'm just going to put in here, we may want to go to this or get tickets. I don't know. Goldie Asbury. I'm going to put her in, and then I'm just going to make a note. See January 17 paper for more people related to that. Sounds like we might want to get a ticket to this if we got time, though. It's Saturday at 7 p.m. I'm actually going to make a note of that, because if today's Thursday and it's a 5-day case, it means we're going to be playing this case on Saturday, January 19, 1935. If you're curious about seeing this performance, we might be able to see it. So maybe we'll start a new note for events. And we'll make a note that Saturday, January 19, 7 p.m., Madison Square Theater, Shakespeare, if you want to go see it. I'd be curious to go see this play. I'm not a super fan of Shakespeare, but I prefer Akira Kurosawa's retellings, but I wouldn't mind going to that. Jonathan says, notice that we started on a Thursday night and the case starts on a Thursday, but we've traveled back in time 90 years. All right, we've got some personals here, or some classified ads. Flowers. Buy flowers for every occasion at Reinhardt's Flower Shop, 85 Bedford Street. That was the same one, same flower shop advertising in our paper from 2 days ago. Glass tops for furniture, glazing and glass of all kinds. Lowest estimates furnished. Herman Glasser, 30 East 12th Street, corner of University Place. Look, Herman Glasser followed up doing glass stuff. I think they've done some studies and found that your name has like a certain small percentage influence on your job. Like if your name is glass, you got a 5% extra likelihood you're going to go into the glass business. Patents, designs, trademarks, long experience, skill, prompt, and personal attention in every case. Edgar Tate & Co. Well, we know we want to go see them. The paper seems to be very relevant in Anna's cases, so maybe we just read through the whole thing. Miss Nagy to be soloist. Miss Elsie Nagy, who delighted the community neighborhood singers with her violin playing last season, will be guest soloist at a dinner dance of New York University Alumni Club. Dean Roland Collins will act as Toastmaster. Dr. Henry B. Rathbone, chairman of the Department of Journalism, will speak on something funny. Miss Gladys Rudiman, advisor to women at the School of Commerce, will discuss tendencies in college women students since the war. And City Magistrate Jeanette G. Brill will talk on professional women in the courts. Miss Nagy will play several selections in Hungarian costume. All alumni are welcome to attend the dinner dance at Broadway Central Hotel next Thursday. Probably will be gone by then, but that would be January 14. I'll just make a note of it. There's no guarantee that a 5-day case is 5 sequential days, so I'll just make a note of that. Here's another little miniature classified. Holliston Book Cloth, the Holliston Mills Incorporated. What does that mean, Holliston Book Cloth? They're just advertising, selling their book cloth, huh? In case you want to go into the business of book cloth. Of Human Bondage, a retrospective, best pictures of 1934 at the Film Guild Cinema. W. Somerset Maugham's widely circulated novel of human bondage has come through the operation of being transferred to the screen in an unexpectedly healthy fashion. It may not possess any great dramatic strength, but the very lifelike quality of the story and the marked authenticity of its atmosphere cause the spectators to hang on every word uttered by the interesting group of characters. If one did not remember Leslie Howard's clever acting in Outward Bound and Berkeley Square, one might be tempted to say that his portrait of Philip Carey excels any performance he has given before the camera. No more expert illustration of getting under the skin of the character has been done in motion pictures. Mr. Howard suffers seemingly all the woe and cheer experienced by Carey. Another enormously effective portrayal is that of Betty Davis as Mildred Rogers, the waitress who continually accepts Carey's generosity and hospitality and reveals herself as a heartless little ingrate. Just as Mr. Howard and Miss Davis submerge their own personalities in those of the parts they act, so does Reginald Owen, who appears as Athelney. Mr. Owen keeps within rational bounds in his portrayal, but his speech and actions causes Athelney to stand out. Frances Dee is charming as Sally, and Alan Dale does well as Mildred's first lover. Reginald Denny guffaws a little too much, but he otherwise does quite well by the part of double-faced Griffiths. Kay Johnston gives an intelligent performance as Nora, a writer. There is nothing stereotyped about this film, and even the closing scenes are set forth with a pleasing naturalness and a note of cheer. So, your homework at the end of this case might be to go watch the movie of Human Bondage, Best Picture of 1934. Let's keep going. We'll finish the paper, and then we'll take a break. Who's Who in the Village? Zelinda E. Menillo. Zelinda E. Menillo, who has spent 14 of her 30 years of service with the Children's Aid Society as director of its Lower West Side Center, 209 to 221 Sullivan Street, in the heart of Greenwich Village's Italian colony, is a staunch villager, possessing proven executive ability and a charming personality. These combined qualities account for the success of the varied program of continuous activity that prevails at the center every weekday and evening throughout the year. Just as a little bit of trivia, I used to go to the Children's Aid Society on Sullivan Street in Greenwich Village as a kid. It was, at that time, a little like after-school thing. I don't really understand how it worked, but they had an inside, and they had some pool tables and a TV room where us kids would watch TV. They had a soda machine, which had 25 cents, like Hawaiian Punch sodas. I remember these very specific, weird soda they had there. And then they had an outdoors with a playground, a big playground, and then they had a pool that was downstairs. And there were some very good, nice counselors there. It was a pretty cool place, but I don't really understand what it was. Like, we got lunch there, so I'm trying to remember at that time, this would have been in the 80s, whether it was something that my parents paid for. Surely they must have paid for it because of the lunches and stuff. It wasn't just anyone could go in there. It was all us kids, but must have been like an after-school thing. Quite far from my home, too. I mean, I lived in Soho, so at least like 10 or 12 blocks. I don't remember how we got involved in there, but we used to go there quite a bit. We would watch the classic TV shows. We would watch The Monkees and Underdog. I think we also watched I Dream of Jeannie. So that would tell you the year, but I don't really remember how that worked, the Children's Aid Society. Okay, so continuing this article here. During these many years at the Lower West Side Center, Miss Mineo has observed a marked improvement in the health and habits of the 2,000 Italian-American parents. They also used to give away free Christmas presents to people who couldn't afford Christmas presents at the Children's Aid Society. Habits of the 2,000 Italian-American parents and children registered there. This change has resulted from the establishment of dental and medical clinics, periodic physical examinations, and a kindergarten school. Mrs. Mineo was born in Brooklyn, New York, the daughter of a Neapolitan father and a Roman mother. Her father was superintendent of the electrical division of Brooklyn Navy Yard for 17 years. She attended Sacred Heart Academy, which was then on 14th Street, Hunter College, and Columbia University. She lives with her son, Arnold Mineo, who is a certified public accountant. By the way, just to wrap this part up, this little comment about the Children's Aid Society being in this little Italian, Greenwich Village's Italian colony, that's all true. That whole block was Italians, and there was a famous candy store on that street, just up the street from the Children's Aid Society place where we used to go, Mary's. No, maybe Mary's was on Thompson Street. Never mind. Never mind that. Okay. Here's another article. More classifieds. Learn to dance correctly. Learn to dance correctly at Herman Vance's dance hall. That was where we met our Miss, the girl from Case 2. What was her name? Miss, started with a K. I can't remember her name now. Seems like I would remember that. I remember what she looked like. Maybe we stopped by, but she's in jail. She's not getting out. They didn't let them out back in the 30s. In the 30s, you got arrested? Well, I don't know. Maybe you're a woman, you get let out. Piano instructions. P. Garner, 55 East 8th Street. Atlantic Coast Credit. Money talks. It says, throw me away and you'll regret it. Save me and I will work for you. Open an account with Atlantic Coast Credit, 17 East 13th Street, established 80 years. Artificial human eyes, made to order by specialists, full back, reform, and shell eyes. Also large stock to select from. Satisfaction guaranteed in every case. Reasonable prices, W.M. Mueller, 242 6th Avenue near 16th Street. I've been in that place. I haven't been in the real place. That place comes up in a, there's a Yellow Page ad for it in our directory here, and it's used in one of my cases. Miss Crystal, yeah, that was her, Miss Crystal. Best beers from the Colonial Ale Brewing Company. That's also another ad from our other case. A Langstetter Inc. Manufacturing stationers and printers, loose leaf specialist, 513 to 515 6th Avenue, 31st Street branch, 219 West 47th Street at Broadway. Then we've got the Morgan Guaranty Trust Company at 721 Broadway. Depression can be beaten by teamwork, says President. And that's exactly what the Morgan Guaranty Trust Company offers you. Teamwork to beat the depression. My booklet, 1/2 dozen ways to save, will show what teamwork can do for you. Then we've got this column about pet peeves. Here is this writer's pet peeves. My alarm clock. He's in conference. This is just a saying that this person doesn't like. Like when she tries to go to call someone and reach the doctor, and when people say he's in conference, she doesn't like that. People say, don't be afraid of him, he won't bite. She doesn't trust these people and their dogs. The fellow who says that he takes a cold bath every morning, I don't know why she doesn't like that. Maybe she doesn't believe it. The man who won't cooperate with you in a revolving door, doesn't like the people who don't know how to push at the right speed. People who inconsiderately breathe their offensive breath into my face. The man who shakes your hand off when he'd like to punch your head off. People who scoff when I put salt on grapefruit, which is the only way to eat it. That's insane. The stranger who insists upon discussing some of the problems of the day that neither of us knows anything about. And then, if you have a pet peeve, send it to the villager. Okay, are these real pet peeves that came from a real villager, or did Anna make these up? They look like they couldn't be made up. Is this truth is stranger than fiction? These must have come from a real pet peeve column. Here's another article. Cherry Lane presents The Great Gatsby, written by F. Scott Fitzgerald, directed by Leo Benedict. Nick Carraway, a young man from Minnesota, moves to New York in the summer of 1922 and gradually becomes friends with a mysterious man named Jay Gatsby, who lives in a gigantic Gothic mansion and throws extravagant parties. Nick is drawn into a world of new money, decadence, and deception. He discovers that Gatsby is in love with Daisy Buchanan, a rich cousin who's already married, but who, when reunited with Gatsby, decides to leave her husband. Published in 1925, 4 years before the catastrophic collapse of the American stock markets, Fitzgerald's novel graphically portrays society being destroyed by money and dishonesty. The American dream of happiness and individualism degenerating into mere pursuit of wealth. This 3 hours long, exciting new stage adaptation is filmed with live and evocative jazz music from the 20s and recreates the glitz and decadence of the period. The tense and absorbing drama is played out to its climax, its dramatic climax, by a cast of only 5 actors. It's fast-paced, visually evocative, and highly theatrical. Every day from Monday till Friday at 6 p.m. at this theater, which looks like the Cherry Lane Theater. Okay, well, this is running now, so we might want to go to that. I'm just going to put it in events. Monday to Friday. 6 p.m. So we may want to go see The Great Gatsby. And we think this is at Cherry Lane Theater. We also have another clue that it's in the Village, right? Because what we're reading here, in case you didn't know, what we're reading from is The Villager, which was a newspaper, probably still is, a little magazine newspaper produced locally in Greenwich Village. So here is an arch from Washington Square Park. If you go visit Washington Square Park, you can see that arch, modeled after Arc de Triomphe in France, I believe. And in fact, if we go look up Greenwich Village, just to show you, because we've got Daria's new art, here is Washington Square Park in the Village. And there is the arch, right there. Daria, who's been doing the new park art, has actually gone so far above and beyond illustrating parks. There's a big, giant fountain in the center of Washington Square Park. Very iconic. If you go search for photos, you'll still see people. It's not like a small fountain. It might be 100 feet wide, 100-foot radius, 100-foot diameter, and this is all almost it's all seating. There's like a fountain and you can walk in it, but all around here is almost like a stage seating. It's just metal and stone, continuous circle of seating, and there'll be people sitting all around this at all times, every day, all day, just sitting, eating lunch, talking. And then if you walk down here, you walk through this arch, which is a little mini Arc de Triomphe. It's only, I don't know, maybe 60 feet tall, 20 feet wide. Quite small, but quite iconic looking. You go search for video or, oh, here it is. It says Cherry Lane, so we don't even need to guess what theater it is. All right, then we've got a little column here. This week in history. January 17th, Benjamin Franklin, noted U.S. statesman, born 1706. January 18th, the German Empire is formally established, 1871. On January 19th, Miller and Wilkes discover the Antarctic continent, 1840. January 20, French start their work on the Panama Canal, 1882. January 21, Henry Miller stars in The Great Divide, 1906. January 22nd, first all-steel Pullman car put in service, 1907. January 23, Radio SOS saves first life in sea disaster. Look how cool this is. Boy, does that throw you back in time, huh? Panama Canal. Would a Pullman car be a railroad car we're talking about? And here is the establishment of Ocean SOS. And here's a little bottom thing about The Villager. The Villager is a weekly newspaper reflecting the finest traditions of Washington Square and Greenwich Village. Published every Thursday at 243 West 4th Street, the Viking Press publisher. Subscription price $2.50 for 1 year. Single copy just 5 cents. So 54 copies you would get once every Thursday for $2.50. Not bad. Do they deliver it, or do you have to pick it up? Okay, so we've read the paper. No doubt we will be referring back to it. We'll just put it in our collection here. I'm going to note that it's now 9:30. We did get told there where The Villager is published. So if we have reason to go back, when we have a reason to go back, we'll probably want to stop by The Villager and learn about, we might have some questions they might have some insight into. All right, let's take our first break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. So Jonathan says maybe we should go to the library. or the main library, they would be historical lore heavy, but on some level it makes sense to me. We want to do our research before talking. And then some compliments about the newspaper thing. The only reason, here's the thing about going to the library. I feel like there's certain things that are well suited for when we have nothing that could be time sensitive, like if we're killing time or we don't know what else to do. But if you look at our leads, we've got some events that's not happening anytime soon. But we've got people we want to talk to. We did our newspaper. We've got people we want to talk to. And the place that I'm most interested, I guess, is the guests at the Hotel Lafayette. This is all Hotel Lafayette. And, you know, there's the Columbia University. I'd rather go to those places early in the morning, and I'd rather go early and find out that the person's not in yet or that they're leaving. Like these people might not be available at any given time. They might be moving about. I feel like we're better off going to the library when we don't have anything better to do. So I'm more inclined to want to try to track down a person first. And in fact, I'm most interested about Columbia University. We saw it mentioned a couple times. People get into their office early. I'd rather do that, I think, sooner rather than later. So if you don't mind, I'd like to put off the library until we have nothing else. And I'd like to try Columbia University, if for no other reason than we've never been there before. I believe my mother went to law school at Columbia. Okay, let's look up Columbia University. Here's Columbia University. What were we told about the husband? Were we told what his background is? Now I can't remember. I think we were, but I guess we're going to go to the administration. These are all student halls and library, but given it, or physics library, but I don't think he was a physics library person. So I think maybe we just go to the administration desk and try to find him there. 47206. What's the odds that there's an entry for that? 47206. There is an entry. Okay, that's where we're going. So 47206. This is Columbia admin. And where is Morningside 63? Let's just take a look at it on the map, since this is rare for us to get out of Greenwich Village. Let's take a look at Columbia University, because I also want to show you Daria's art for Columbia. Still a lot more map art to go, but I know that Daria did Morningside. So here's Morningside, quite a bit uptown. There's the top of Central Park, you can see, northwest. I'm not sure we've ever been here in a case. Pretty rare for me to be up this high. I have been up here, but look, here is Columbia. So there is Columbia University, the library. Down below here, we've got more dorms and stuff. There's the physics lab, main Columbia. Pretty cool, huh? Okay, that's just for fun. And here's a little bit about Morningside. I never spend any time looking at this part of the map atlas, but we could just see, since we've never been to Morningside in a case before, at least not that I can remember. Morningside, also known as Morningside Heights, runs roughly from 110th to 140th and from the Hudson River to Morningside Avenue. It includes in its northern half, above 125th Street, the sub-neighborhood known as Manhattanville. A large portion of Morningside Heights is part of the campus of Columbia University, a private Ivy League university, but there is continuing tension between the two main groups that inhabit the area: the upper middle class population affiliated with the university institutions and the older, more ethnically varied and lower class residents. And then we've got a little section on two little sub neighborhoods, Morningside Heights and Manhattanville. Okay, let's go knock on the door of Columbia and see if we can't talk to this person. 47206, page 82. If you want to ask about Aunt Dorothy, go to 14105. If you want to ask about something else, and if you have circled B1, go here. Okay, so this is the first time that in these cases that we want to put a reminder to ourselves. So we came here looking for Aunt Dorothy's husband, so we're going to read this. But let me just show you how I note this. So I'm going to make a note. This is all, you could think of this as cheating, but I don't. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a note on our thing here. And I'm going to say that we want to return with B1. This is our reminder that when we get B1, we're going to want to go back to Columbia University. Maybe it'll be obvious, but I'll also put a little note here so I don't miss it when we circle B1. Yeah? Okay, and now this is going to lead us to asking about Aunt Dorothy. 4105 on page 34. One 4105. Yes, Professor Little was working at our university until a few years ago. Everyone knew his wife was the niece of the famous writer Mark Twain. They lived nearby, but the professor died, and his wife didn't keep in touch with us. Sorry. Okay, well, I thought that was going to be how we found him. But at least we know her last name now. His last name and presumably her last name. So Dorothy Little. I mean, if she's in town, we might just look up Little and see if we can't find her house, yeah? Let's see if we get lucky with that. So if her husband was Professor Little, who died, and we know they lived in town, right? Lived in the neighborhood of Morningside, presumably. Whether she stayed in Morningside, I don't know. But let us look up Little and see if we happen to find someone that fits the bill. Little, lots of stores and businesses called Little, but Dorothy we're looking for. Or did they give Professor Little? So we don't even know his first name. But he would have been in Morningside. So I guess we're looking for a Little in Morningside or a Dorothy Little. Don't see it. She might not even live here anymore. Okay, but that's a dead end for us. Okay, that's all right. Worth chasing down. Presumably that took a half an hour. I'm just going to put 10 a.m. here. Where shall we go next? My argument, though, is we should do the research before talking to the experts. All right, let's go to the Greenwich Village Library. What library? You want to go to the Greenwich Village Library, presumably. Not the main one. We don't have any... I don't think we have a good reason to go to the main library, though certainly we could try. All right, I'm going to do what Jonathan wants to do and go to the Greenwich Village Writers Library, which we've been to before. Jefferson Market Writers Library and Clock Tower, 13418. 3418. The library. Okay, 30 minutes passed, so it's now 10:30. All right, here we go. If you want to read more about Edgar Allan Poe, go to 34750. If you want to read more about Mark Twain, if you want to read more about Twain and Tesla. And then if we read all three, we get some culture and we get marker L1. Okay, well, surely we are going to read these. Let's just make a little temporary little card here so I don't have to keep referring back here. 34750 50445 and 74605. 6286 1112. And I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to assume we're going to read all three. So I'm going to give us three culture and circle L1. Just to save us some time here. This is the library. And I'm going to give us three culture. And I guess I could have written these here. 34750 50445 74605. Okay, let's read about our people here. Starting with Edgar Allan Poe, I think. Edgar Allan Poe, 1809 to 1849, was an American writer, poet, editor, and literary critic. He was born in Boston and was the second child of actors David and Elizabeth Poe. His father abandoned the family in 1810, and when Eliza died the following year, Poe was taken in by John and Frances Allen of Richmond, Virginia. They never formally adopted him, but he lived with them well into young adulthood. Poe attended the University of Virginia, but left after only a year due to a lack of money. He had decided to enlist in the United States Army as a private on May 27, 1827, using the name Edgar A. Perry. Although he claimed that he was 22 years old, he was actually 18. He first served at Fort Independence in Boston Harbor for $5 a month. That same year, his first book was published, a 40-page collection of poetry titled Tamerlane and Other Poems, attributed only to a Bostonian. Then Poe's regiment was posted to Fort Moultrie in Charleston, South Carolina on November 8, 1827. He then sought to end his enlistment early. His work forced him to move between several cities, including Baltimore, Philadelphia, and New York City. In 1836, when he was 27, he married his 13-year-old cousin, Virginia Clem. His wife died of tuberculosis in 1847. They never had children. He married a 13-year-old cousin. Oh, Lord. Prior to moving to the Bronx with his wife and mother-in-law, Edgar Allan Poe lived at 85 West 3rd Street. It was here that he wrote The Facts in the Case of M. Valdemar, The Sphinx, and began The Cask of Amontillado and The Literati of New York City. He revised The Raven here as well, which he published to instant success in January 1845. He planned for years to produce his own journal, The Pen, later renamed The Stylus. But before it began publishing, Poe died in Baltimore in 1849, aged 40, under mysterious circumstances. The cause of his death remains unknown and has been attributed to many causes, including disease, alcoholism, substance abuse, and suicide. Okay, and then we've got repeated links to the other places, which we already wrote down, but no, that's not a bad way to do it, to give us other links here. 50445 on 86. I'm trying to remember to switch the camera when I go through pages so you don't see any spoilers. Okay, here we have an entry on Mark Twain. Samuel Langhorne Clemens, 1835 to 1910, known by the pen name Mark Twain, was an American writer, humorist, and essayist. He was born on November 30, 1835 in Florida, Missouri, as sixth of 7 children of Jane, née Lambton, in other words, maiden name Lambton, a native of Kentucky, and John Marshall Clemens, 1798 to 1847, a native of Virginia. When he was 4, Twain's family moved to Hannibal, Missouri, a port town on the Mississippi River that inspired the fictional town of St. Petersburg in The Adventures of Tom Sawyer and The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. His father was an attorney and judge who died of pneumonia in 1847 when Twain was only 11. The following year, Twain left school after the 5th grade to become a printer's apprentice. When he was 18, he left Hannibal and worked as a printer. He educated himself in public libraries in the evenings, finding wider information than at a conventional school. In 1855, steamboat pilot Horace E. Bixby took Twain on as a cub pilot to teach him the river between New Orleans and St. Louis. Twain continued to work on the river and was a river pilot until the Civil War broke out in 1861, when traffic was curtailed along the Mississippi River. Twain married Olivia Langdon in Elmira, New York in February 1870. They had 3 daughters, Susie, Clara, and Jean. He was an early proponent of fingerprinting as a forensic technique, featuring it in A Tall Tale in Life on the Mississippi in 1883, and as a central plot element in the novel Pudd'nhead Wilson, 1894. In his later years, Twain lived at 14 West 10th Street in Manhattan. He passed through a period of deep depression and died of a heart attack on April 21st, 1910 in Stormfield. Lastly, we're going to read about Twain's connection to Nikola Tesla, 74605 on page 112. Remember, this is what we think the collector may be after. We're not sure. So there's Mark Twain and Nikola Tesla. As well as being a gifted writer, Samuel Clemens, a.k.a. Mark Twain, was fascinated with technology. When he was born, sailing was the usual means of crossing the Atlantic, and burning oil or gas the usual means of lighting in the night. When he died, steamships carried him across the Atlantic and Pacific in record time, and electricity was becoming a household amenity. One of the scientists seeking applications for electricity was Nikola Tesla, 1856-1943, who was born in the Austrian Empire before emigrating to the U.S. Most of his scientific work focused on electricity, and he made a number of important inventions, including the Tesla coil and the polyphase motor. Tesla's profile had risen in the very public debates over the appropriate way to supply electricity to households. Thomas Edison advocated the use of direct current, and this was initially installed in many homes. Alternating current was considered dangerous. Edison used it to electrocute animals in an attempt to permanently associate AC with destruction and preserve his preferred DC system. Tesla and Clemens seem to have established a friendship in the 1890s. Tesla later recalled how he had read some of Twain's early novels while recovering from an illness during the 1870s. Twain was involved in the foundation of the Players Club in 1888 and in 1894 invited Tesla to join it. His particular interest in Tesla began after hearing about a motor that Tesla had invented under the company Westinghouse. He recognized that this motor, which used alternating current, was superior to that of his inventor partner James W. Page, which used direct current. He also visited Tesla in his laboratory where he took part in experiments. There's very little surviving correspondence between the two, but there are some striking photographs taken in Tesla's laboratory using phosphorescent light. The most famous account of Twain's participation in an experiment is when he spent too long on an electromechanical oscillator, a vibrating plate that Tesla thought might be medically therapeutic. The plate acted as a strong laxative, and he had to rush for the toilet. Okay, and we have read the others. Anna says, it shouldn't say that Tesla died in 1943. Okay, I will cross that out in this printed version. Okay, so we've gone to the library. No problem. And early, I don't remember if it said how long had passed, but we'll just, oh, half an hour had passed. Okay, so it's now 10:30. Not time for us to go to the precinct yet. Let us keep track. We're going to make good notes today. I'm absolutely committed to it. So we've gone to the library. I'll add to our to-do list maybe classifieds. We could go to some of the places mentioned in the classifieds, including the place where our Miss Kitty worked. What's her name? It's not Kitty, although Kitty would be a good name for it. Why do I keep blanking on her name? Let's try we tried Aunt Dorothy, huh? We could go, I think maybe, you know what we'll do? I think we go knock on Lawson's door again. Crystal. Okay, I'm not going to forget it again, I promise. Miss Crystal. I think we knock on the door of Lawson Erwin Hopkins again. He might be able to give us a lead on Dorothy. Yeah, let's knock on his door again. He was a fun guy to talk to. I didn't mind him at all. Lawson. Oh, he's not in the paper. Where did we find him then? Unless I've not written down his full name. Lawson Lewis Erwin Hopkins. I don't know why I was looking. Lawson's his first name. Hopkins. You should just shout out if you have someplace you'd like to go higher priority. You want to go to the Columbia Library, see if they have a record? I mean, surely administration would know, but that's an interesting idea. Okay, let me look, since I'm on the H, let me look up Lawson's address, 26183, and then before we go there, though, we will follow your lead. That's an interesting idea. I would like to know what he studied. 26183. All right, you thinking we could go to the Columbia University Library, huh? Well, it's easy to check it out. If it's no entry, it doesn't cost us anything. Okay, Columbia University Library is 34577. Let's just look if it's in here. 34577. 34577. No entry for it. It's a good idea though. Okay, let's visit who I was curious about, which is Hopkins, this eccentric guy who turned out to be kind of a fun guy. Two 6183. Let's see. Maybe we can't visit him again. 26183. Yes, we can. If you want to ask him about his aunt, if you want to ask him about someone else, that's interesting. That's a very open-ended question. So I'm going to put a little note here, though. So this is Lawson Hopkins, and I'm going to make a little note to come back to ask about others. Well, let's start by asking him about his aunt. And that, oops, I don't know. I guess I should keep it there. So let's ask about his aunt. And then we could ask him about Gant. That would be a good, I mean, it feels like he told us everything he knew about that, but we can check it out. Let's first go to ask about the aunt, which is 46001. And then I'll just make a note here. The others is 17456, but we haven't gone to that yet. Okay, 46001. Let's see if he can give us a lead on his aunt, because we're suspicious of her. We're suspicious of anyone related to Mark Twain inquiries. So we knocked on his door. You mentioned last time your aunt was interested in your Uncle Sam's manuscript. Could you tell me about this Aunt Dorothy's address, Mr. Hopkins? I don't really know. I think after her husband's death, she started to use her maiden name. She lives somewhere near the university, but that's about it. Okay, well, finding this woman is clearly 30 minutes. So it's 11. Okay, clearly finding this woman is important. So let's make a card for her. Aunt Dorothy. Aunt Dorothy Little. Lives in Morningside, we think. And we need her maiden name. Husband's death. Okay, so I have, Anna says, only go to someone else if you have another specific person in mind. It's probably going to ask about a certain marker. All right, well, we've marked to come back. Now, I have a theory about this. Husband was a professor, died. We tried going to the administration office. They don't know, but she took her maiden name. What does that suggest to you? Does it not suggest perhaps that we might want to pay a visit to birth certificate and death records, registrar of births and deaths? Because if I can find when she got married, we might get her maiden name, yeah? 89869. Marriage and divorce. She didn't get divorced. Her husband died. Oh, but marriage. Yeah, okay. One of those. Marriage and divorce or birth records. Okay, let's make a note for both of those places. So 71950. Marriage or births and deaths is 89869. 869. Okay, let's see if any of those pay off. This is done. 71950. This is our marriage record. 71950. Nothing on marriage. What about death? 89869. 89869 does have an entry. Nine eight six nine, page 124. Let's see if we got lucky there. Registrar of births and deaths. If you have marker V2, I don't think we do have V2, do we? No, we have V1. So we want to put a return with V2. So this is death records, but we can't go there yet. We don't know why we don't know what we're going for there. Okay. We're going to stumble on Dorothy's maiden name. Let's not get preoccupied with Dorothy. It's almost time for us to go to our precinct, 12:30, but let's just go for the low-hanging fruit first. I'm thinking, don't forget Hotel Lafayette, guests arriving. We could re-talk to Mildred Boyle. We could visit the Hotel Lafayette. I'm kind of interested in Edgar Tate and Co. I think that's our biggest lead. Yeah, Jonathan was thinking the same thing. Let's visit Gant. Okay, that's absolutely what we should do. Gant is the guy that works for Edgar Tate, and that seems like a very good lead. Edgar Tate. Oh, they were in the newspaper too, but we need to know. Edgar Tate and Co. in the Civic Center, 71652. 11. I guess it might. It should be 11:30 by now, I figure. 71652, which is Edgar Tate. You don't actually need to use the table of contents. It's all alpha numerically sorted. So sometimes it's just as easy to just leaf to it. You barely enter the building and you get a strange feeling you shouldn't be here, so you turn around and leave. Interesting. Okay, and a half hour pass. It's now 12 noon. Okay. We're just spinning our wheels a little here, but we are... spinning your wheels is not a bad thing as a detective. I mean, you're crossing things off your list. Eventually, we will narrow down to the places of import, so I don't think there's any problem with that. You got something next on your queue? We could look up Gant. Visit him at his home. We could visit him at his home. He is in the phone book. Remember we were told his R was his middle name, standing for Romeo? Like, there's Romeo Gant. I think we should visit him at his home. See if we can see anything, if nothing else. 53503. I mean, it wouldn't have even occurred to me that we would visit him at his home, but Romeo Gant, 53503. Okay, it looks like we should get used to this happening in this case, which is not unusual for a big case. Look at this. Victor Romeo Gant. If you have circled marker G, so we don't have G, so we are going to make a note for us that we should return here with G, and I will put a little star next to V2 and G. G? It just says marker G. Doesn't say G1. That's unusual. That feels like a little bit of a bug if we're keeping track of Anna's bugs. Page 92. G. I mean, my tool should keep that from happening. So I don't know if Anna has done that manually or if my tool has malfunctioned. But okay, we don't have to worry about that for now. G is G1. That shouldn't be possible to do. I wonder if that's because Anna is writing out the G manually instead of referring to it by its name, which is dangerous. But we can talk about that. We can talk about that when we finish in 5 days. Let's see. For Dorothy's main name, was the article in the paper about the alumni event related to Columbia? That's awfully interesting. Let's take a look at that alumni event. Where was that article? New York University Alumni Club. And it's next Thursday. So I don't think these are obviously about us. Rules question. Should we be advancing time if we go to a lead but then can't read it because of the marker? Should we have a half hour for Gant's house and death records? It's a good question. It's really up to the author. But in general, what I tell people and what I follow is time is not that. You don't have to be that careful about time in York Noir. It shouldn't ever require you to be so careful about times. You can just use your judgment. If it doesn't say to advance time and it feels like it was a super quick lead, then don't advance time. Otherwise, advance time. But it shouldn't matter. A half hour here or there should not make a difference. So unless we found another Dorothy, I think, I'm not sure. I mean, we might be overlooking something, but we will surely go back to it. We'll catch it on our second pass. For now, I think we don't have an easy way to find Dorothy, so we should just put her off for now. As long as we've got other places to go, we can look in the reverse directory right around Columbia for someone with a first name Dorothy. Boy, that's an interesting thing. She lives in the neighborhood, though. That's 100 blocks to look for, but it's an interesting idea. Okay, just for the hell of it, I don't know if Anna would have said, but just for the hell of it, since I've never done this, let's see what that would look like if we wanted to find a Dorothy in Morningside. Let's see how much work that would be. Can at least glance at it. So it's actually a significant amount of work. Let's just take a look. We'd be looking for a Dorothy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 pages looking for Dorothy's. That seems like it's asking a bit much, but let's spend a minute doing it just because it's such an interesting idea. She lives in an apartment building, maybe. We're looking for a Dorothy. I'm not going to look up all the D's, but let's just see if a Dorothy jumps out at us here. It's a bit much. This would be one of these things that I would advise someone. It's a reasonable hypothesis, but surely go for the low-hanging fruit first. The only reason we're doing this now is because it's such an interesting idea. Jonathan says, just look at the places right around Columbia. I don't know. That's asking a little much that she lived right next door. Anywhere in the neighborhood would be a reasonable place for a house. So I don't think there'd be a reason to think she lives right next door to Columbia. I could easily overlook Dorothy. That's the other reason why I'm not capable of being that careful reading off the screen. Maybe if I did my glasses on paper, it would be a little bit easier. We're just doing this quickly because it's something we've never done before. If we knew a little bit, I still say this is not the smartest use of time until, like, if we chase down other leads, it feels like we're going to learn about her maiden name to me. So, but just for the hell of it, I mean, there's a D. Scott. I'm not just going to knock on the door of a D. Scott. This is also useful because as an author, it may never have occurred to you that the people could look through all the Dorothys. So you could see how an author might assume that we couldn't find this. Well, there's a Dorothy Folk. What's the chance that Dorothy Folk is our Dorothy? But what I was trying to say before is, if you're an author, you might say, well, they can never find Dorothy without learning the last name. But now you can see that maybe it is possible. Let's just look if there are any other Dorothys. This reverse directory is like a cheat code. The other thing is, Anna is not shy about using a marker to check if she doesn't want us to find it this way. Let's see. Anna says we should be able to have guessed it. Because she was rated Hopkins or Clemens, huh? Anna is giving away too many hints. Anna, stop with hints. No hints, please. We're not at the end. We haven't run out of stuff to do, so we do not need hints. Okay, but we did find a Dorothy this way, so let's try. I mean, from what Anna said, it feels like this shouldn't be it, but let's try this way. What if it was Dorothy, folk? Anna, don't give us hints if we don't need it. 40040. No entry. All right, so that was an interesting idea, but didn't work. Okay, so but while we're at this, I guess we can't put the genie back in the bottle. Anna's saying you should be able to guess the aunt's name, maiden name, if she's related to Clemens or Lawson. We should be able to find it. Okay, so let us look up Hopkins, which is where we found Lawson, and see if there's another Hopkins. And then maybe we'll look up Clemens. So Hopkins, we have a J, there's Lawson, and there's Sydney. So that doesn't look like our person. What about Clemens? There's no Clemens. You don't suppose she took the name Twain? No. All right, let's put there was a Dorothy Clement, not Clemens. All right, I wish Anna had not given us that hint, but there is a Dorothy Clemens. What did I look up that didn't find it? Okay, Dorothy Clemens in Morningside. Here she is, 52489. All right, well, but now we can agree, right? No more hints. No, I'm not going to take a demerit because I didn't want that hint. So I'm not going to punish us. The punishment is that we didn't get the chance to figure this out ourselves. That's the emotional punishment. We don't need a demerit. 52489. All right, you have to have one of these moments. You have to have me yell at you so that we know. But that's the whole. You shouldn't get hints unless you ask for it. 52489. Dorothy Clemens. Dorothy Clemens, who lives at 410 Riverside Drive. We found Aunt Dorothy. When you arrive at Riverside Drive, you can see Hopkins' aunt lives nearby the university, just a few blocks away. This part of Manhattan sits on a high bluff overlooking the Hudson River. It's supposedly an academic and intellectual hub, or more like pretentious. Yes, the old crone peeps at you suspiciously from behind her door after you ring her doorbell. You tell her you're investigating a case that could be connected to her uncle's manuscripts. And what makes you think I know anything about those manuscripts? She's still not opening the door. Mr. Hopkins told me you were interested in them a few years ago. Lawson, that little scoundrel? I hope he told you how rude and ungrateful he is. I've never even seen those cursed manuscripts, let alone know anything about them. So, if that's why you're here, Detective, you had a wasted journey. Then she slams the door in your face. These door-slamming old hags are starting to piss you off. Circle marker D1. Okay, well, we didn't really get much, but we did get a marker. And a half hour. Marker D1. I'll just note that that's Dorothy related. Well, here's a question. So did we miss Dorothy in the reverse directory? I guess the overkill reverse directory method should have worked. Oh, yes, it should have worked, but it's just easy to overlook it. So yeah, I mean, we can confirm that. She was at MS72. So she was near the end, and I'm going to guess that if we look more carefully at MS72, there's Dorothy Clemens. She doesn't live in an apartment building. I was focused on her probably living in an apartment building. If we had spotted that and seen Clemens, it would have immediately occurred. We would have immediately realized. So if we had more carefully gone through the reverse directory looking for Dorothy's, we would have been able to find her. Which we probably would have if we had run out of other leads, other ways to find her. We would have gone back and said, okay, we have to actually carefully look for Dorothy's here, which we didn't. I just sort of skimmed through, but maybe that's a lesson for us. How about we read this? How well do you know your city? Morningside was shaped as much by geography as by intention. Steep cliffs rise abruptly from the low ground to the east, forming a natural boundary that long delayed development. By the late 1800s, the city began to tame the terrain. Streets were cut into stone. Morningside Park was carved out of the slope, and large institutions, most notably Columbia University, which arrived in 1897, set down permanent roots. The reverse directory has entries like this for every neighborhood. So most of our cases in Greenwich Village. Let's see if there's a little note about Greenwich Village. How well do you know your city? Greenwich Village started out as Groenwich, Dutch for Green District. The area was a little rural hamlet north of the main town of New Amsterdam. Over time, what happened? What happened here? Looks like we found a little bug for me. GV reverse directory bug. Well, I'm sorry that you guys missed the end of that little snippet. Found a little bug, though. All right, time for another break, I think. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. 2.5 hours into our gameplay. It's 3.5 hours in game time. It's 12:30. Anna has got a cryptic statement about overtime, but I think what she means is what Jonathan thinks she means, which is it's time to go to our police station. So let us get ourselves to our police station in Greenwich Village, our home police station. Let's look up. I don't off the top of my head know the police station lead. So we're looking for police precincts here. Is it the 9th precinct, which is Greenwich Village? Am I remembering that right? 6th precinct. 6th precinct, GV 3277336. 77366, which is our GV precinct house, which is this lead right here. 77366. Seven three three six. 7336. Okay. If it's Thursday, go to 21818. If it's Friday, and then... So this is a little confusing because I wouldn't know whether we're supposed to do this also if it's this or in replacement, but maybe you're not going to get H2 until after Friday. But it would be nice if there was a statement here like regardless or then, or if it was an else. Or an otherwise. Thursday, Friday, otherwise if you have done this. So the question is this implicitly an otherwise or is this implicitly in addition? Okay, but it doesn't matter. For us, we're going to go here, but I am going to make a note that we might want to return on Friday before noon or with marker H2. And I'll put my little normal marker here about H2 to remind us if we circle that, we should check for something else. 21818. Maybe I should keep it folded out. I wonder if that's the better way to play. Keep it folded. Okay, here we are in our police station. It's a good thing you looked into the station because as it turns out, Edwin Day, the director guy, called not long ago, left a message for you to go to the theater to talk to him about something important. That's interesting. So half hour passes, it's now 1 p.m. Okay, it's 1 p.m. and we're going to find, we want to find Edwin Day at his theater. That's this theater, right? This is the Shakespeare Theater where they're performing. Edwin Day is running this. Premiere is on Saturday at the Madison Square Theater, but that doesn't mean they're not rehearsing there. So that's where we're going to go, the Madison Square Theater. Can we try to find it in the Yellow Pages? We can easily look it up, but I wonder... Actually, there are a lot of theaters in Greenwich Village, so maybe it's not the best place, but I just thought it would be fun to look up theaters. Theaters and playhouses. Madison Square Theater 2. In Gramercy Park. Surely that's the one. Or is there a Madison Square Theater 1 that's just not in the directory? Let me just look this up because it feels like there's a Madison Square Theater 1 that's missing. Where does this one say it is? 24th and Broadway. Madison Square Theater 2 is at 24th and Broadway. Okay, so this is definitely the right one. 52749. Maybe they just renamed it recently. 52749. Five 2749. I wonder what he wants from us. Oh, that's weird. If it's Thursday, oh, it is Thursday. Sorry, that's not weird. That's not weird. It is Thursday. So we're going to 12390, and we should make a note that we probably want to come back on Sunday. 12390. Oh boy, this is a long entry. Okay, 30 minutes have passed. It's now 1:30. All right, we got a big lead to read here in the middle of our day. Unlike a few days ago, the theater is eerily quiet when you step inside. You walk into the auditorium. There are 3 men on the stage in the middle of a scene depicting a lush forest. It seems like they're playing cards next to a small table, which together with the chairs they're sitting on painfully detracts from the stage's environment. I'm afraid I'll win your pocket money with your daddy gave you for the month, Benji. Says one of them is wearing a checkered jacket. So you say, Jerry, but you're gonna be surprised this time. I have the trump card. The tall guy addressed as Benji answered. You only recognize the third guy, Edwin Day, the director with whom you've already spoken before. He wears a lilac shirt and an orange scarf. This guy makes interesting fashion choices. At that moment, he spots you from the stage. Ah, Detective Lucas, just the man we're waiting for. Come, come, Detective, join our merry company. With some difficulty, you get yourself up on the stage. Day introduces you to the others. Gentlemen, this is Detective Lucas I was talking to you about. Detective, these are my fellow consorts of our muse Thalia, Benjamin Miller and Jerry Stamper. You shake hands with both of them. Jerry, would you be so kind and bring another chair so the detective can sit with us? The checkered jacket guy disappears behind the curtain and returns in a minute or so with a fourth chair, but you and the director remain standing. What's with the peace and quiet? Where is everyone? Isn't the premiere the day after tomorrow? You ask the director, looking around in the empty theater. Yeah, I gave everyone off. I'm hoping we can continue tomorrow. That's why I asked you here, Detective. Is that so? That sounds ominous, Mr. Day. What happened? Our lead actress, Miss Georgia Price, has been missing since yesterday. I was hoping you could help me, Detective. Well, why not try the Missing Persons Bureau? They have the organization. It's not a one-man job. Day reaches into his pocket and hands over a sheet of paper folded in 4. You take it, unfold it, and read the message made of mismatched cutout letters. You can't believe your eyes. Document 9. I'm going to make a note about Madison Theater 2. I'll talk with Anna about whether that should just be Madison Theater. Probably if I renamed it, it's because there's a real Madison Theater and it's in the wrong place. Document 9. Okay, we're not done with this lead, so don't let me forget that. It sounds like we got a ransom note. One, two, 3. I'm going to make a note of where we got this document in case we want to reread this lead. Document 9. Document 9. Hold it in 4, huh? All right. Let's see what we've got here. We have her. Give us 10 grand before Saturday noon or she dies. We'll send location tomorrow. Huh. And dies is spelled D-Y-E-S. Saturday noon, 10 grand. That's a lot of money. Georgia Pierce, huh? Okay, so here we met Jerry and Benji. The biggest surprise will be Georgia Price, the former Hollywood star who will try to conquer Broadway in the leading role of Titania. These two guys feel like they're so comfortable. Surely they're not our kidnappers. Okay, so we've got a kidnapping. Well, now we know what the focus of our subplot is. Jonathan says, let's look into the understudy. All right, well, let's keep reading our thing. Is this some kind of a joke? You ask the director, who looks miserable while the other two eagerly study the toes of their shoes. Not exactly a joke, no, although I don't think it's a serious threat either, answers Day mysteriously. Are you sure it's not a joke? You did see the or dies part, right? D-Y-E-S. You look at the director dubiously. Look, why don't you sit down, detective? I need to explain a few things first. You both sit down on the remaining chairs next to the table. Checkered jacket guy reaches for a pack of cigarettes and shakes one loose. Smoke? You accept it. He offers the packet to the other two as well. Soon all 4 of you are puffing out smoke peacefully. Jerry even blows a few smoke rings. You look at the director with anticipation. Right. Well, the lead actor of the play, Georgia Price, has been missing since yesterday. She walked out in the middle of the rehearsal and she didn't come back or go home either. We were hoping she would turn up today, but I found this letter instead. It was slipped under the door, so I stepped on it when I arrived at the theater. Usually I'm the first to arrive, you know. I like a half hour to myself before every rehearsal. It's my process. Anyway, the message was in a plain envelope, no address or anything. He takes out the envelope from his pocket and hands it over. Yeah, nothing on it. So someone delivered it personally. It seems like it. I'm guessing you didn't see anyone suspicious around that day. No, detective, I'm sorry. And why would you think it's not a genuine threat, Mr. Day, beside the ridiculous cutout letters and the bad spelling, I mean? It would be a typical Georgia stunt to pull. Faking her own kidnapping, I mean. You see, Detective Georgia Price comes from the movies. Maybe you've seen her in something already. She could be considered a minor star in show business. A few months ago, she decided to try Broadway to see if she can make it here as well. I was searching for a fresh idea at the time, so it seemed like a match made in heaven when Benji introduced her to me. I immediately signed her for one of the leading roles, Titania, the Fairy Queen, in my new adaptation of A Midsummer Night's Dream, a decision I've bitterly regretted since. You see, Detective, one hears stories about movie stars and their eccentricities, their tantrums, and things like that. But one would assume it couldn't be as bad as that, and probably, the rags inflate most of that stuff just to sell better. And one would also assume a minor star couldn't be as bad as those big Hollywood actresses. Well, Detective, one would be wrong on all those accounts. Georgia was as bad as any you could imagine, or even worse, especially if you're not an imaginative type. Well, these last few months really tested my nerves. But as if that wasn't bad enough, there came about a growing rivalry between Georgia and my other leading lady, Audrey Seals, who plays Hippolyta, the Amazon Queen in the play. I don't really want to go into details. Jerry will tell you all about those if you're interested. Yeah, I'm your man if you want to know the dirt, Detective. Checkered jacket guy smiles widely, but Day continues his explanation. Oh, the last straw for Georgia was last week's big scandal about Audrey's divorce. You see, Detective, the newspapers were supposed to write about the premiere on Saturday night, and especially about the fact that Georgia Price, the movie star, will debut as a stage actress in a Broadway play. The advertisements were paid for. Georgia gave a big interview and everything. But then Audrey's petition for divorce went to a hearing as soon as the divorce court opened in January. It turned out she filed for divorce at the end of last year after Eloise, another actress in the play, admitted adultery with Audrey's husband. That's one of our actors, Sylvester Tracy, in Eloise's own divorce case in November. I mean, you'd think I'm making this stuff up, but I swear I'm not. So the papers were suddenly full of the actors' love lives and the scandal that would surely follow, and everyone forgot about our poor Georgia and her debut in the play. Papers only mention her in passing, and her big interview was heavily edited to make room for the main news, the divorce. Wait, just let me understand this. So one of the actresses was cheating with another actress's husband, who's also an actor here? Eesh, these people are really going at it. Yes, and I foolishly thought detectives have no sense of romance. Oh, this is Jerry. I foolishly thought detectives have no sense of romance, smirks Jerry. You ignore him and ask Day. So, why didn't the scandal break out in November? Oh, because at that time, no one knew who Eloise cheated with. She asked for a closed hearing, no details leaked out. But if you read the papers last week, even The Villager, which doesn't often deal with scandal, you could see the news about Audrey's divorce, which named Eloise as the other woman. Georgia was furious, of course. She was convinced Audrey filed for divorce to steal her thunder and turn the spotlight on herself. There were fights and hysterical scenes every day. Rehearsal became a nightmare, though We separated Georgia and Audrey by designating different time slots for them to appear at the theater even before last week. And then on Wednesday, Georgia just walked out on me in the middle of the rehearsal. I thought it was another stunt of hers to just punish me for not listening to her. The day before, she demanded I fire the other actress as some immoral hussy who would bring shame on the whole company if I let her. That was ridiculous. Of course, I told her to just focus on the upcoming scene. And when was that precisely that you saw Mrs. Price last? Miss Price. George's married name is Lady Lytton, but she uses her maiden name, Miss Price, as an actress. And it was around 2 p.m., I think. Benji? The director looks at the third guy who hasn't spoken yet. He seems like a brooding type. Yeah, I remember I was really hungry and looking at my watch to see when lunch break was. It was 1:55 when Georgia walked out. Yes, thank you, Benji. Day says his name with warmth in his voice. And Georgia's husband called me last night to ask me what happened because Georgia didn't go home that day. And this morning the message arrived. But you didn't think she was kidnapped, you say matter-of-factly. No, as you yourself thought when you first saw the note, it seems more like an actress's idea of a ransom note, one you would find in a cheap mystery than in a real threat. Not to mention, of course, the spelling, although kidnappers could be bad spellers, I guess. But I decided to send most people home today and ask you here, Detective. I don't want this story in the papers if we can avoid it. So I thought, before we call the police, maybe you could try to find Georgia first, so we could avoid the scandal she would want so badly. I am the police, Mr. Day, you say, a bit offended. He's like, I thought we could avoid calling the police. He's like, I am the police. Oh, come on, Detective Lucas. I didn't mean it in a bad way. On the contrary, I know you already. I saw you track down the murderer of poor Amy. And I've also seen how discreetly you work. That's my man. I thought this morning it would be a big help if you could find Georgia, and we could just get on with our lives and the dress rehearsal tomorrow. Dave looks at you hopefully. You take out your notebook. The director sighs with relief. Okay, what was Miss Price wearing yesterday? A white dress, black high heels, and there was a blue scarf around her neck. What about her coat? It's winter. Oh, I didn't see her coat. Jerry, Benji? Can't help you there, boss, checkered guy answers. The other just shakes his head. Oh, that's unfortunate. But, all right, Mr. Day, let's give it a try. But if I can't find Miss Price by tomorrow, you'll need to make a formal report to missing persons. Fair enough, and thank you, Detective. Here are the main actors in our play. They all knew Georgia well, so I guess they can help you find her. I have their photographs. I took them out of the files we keep here at the theater. You might find them helpful. Circle document 10 on your case tracking sheet. You've gained access to document 10, photos of the actors. Benji and Jerry already met. The others, who knows? And then we can also separately talk to Benji and Jerry right here, or search the dressing room. Okay, so the case has cracked open here. So we've got access to document 10, which is the theater photos. Okay, let's take a look at our theater photos, then we'll decide who we want to talk to next. Document 10. Remember, there are 20 documents in this case. And here is document 10. Nine photos. All right, let's see what we've got here. We've got Georgia Price, Audrey Seals, Sylvester Tracy. So are these the two getting divorced? Benjamin Miller. This is Benji. That's a face I recognize. What's the name of this actor? And here we have Eloise Kellett. This is the November divorce person. Oh, here's Ada Bossy. That Ada Bossy, that's Joan Bet. That's a famous actress in real life. Betty Davis. That's well, we just have to pretend this is Ada Bossy, but that's Betty Davis and that's Jimmy Cagney. So okay. But for the purposes of our case, we're going to pretend those aren't famous movie stars. Okay, here's Arthur Baxter, Stanley Street, and Jerry Stamper. Okay, so the two we were talking to, the two we've got in front of us here are Benji and Jerry. And then, so we're going to want cards on each of these people, I suppose. All right, let's make some notes here. We got Jerry Stamper. We've got Stanley Street. Arthur Baxter. Ada Bossy, who we've read before. Lawson knows her. And then we have Eloise Kellett, who's in the newspaper. Sylvester Tracy, this is one of the husbands, or one of the people having the adulterous affair. Audrey Seals. Now, Audrey Seals is the one that's getting into the fight with our missing actress. Georgia Price. Missing. So let's write down some of the information, though, that we've read about that we don't want to forget. There were a couple of interesting clues here. Okay, what was she wearing? White dress, black high heels, blue scarf. Okay. No coat? I didn't see her coat. Okay, now. We have a little deadline, like he said, find her by tomorrow. Whether that's tomorrow morning or tomorrow evening, I don't know. But that seems like a hard deadline that we're working here. He wants it for the dress rehearsal, so they wanted us to find her soon. Okay, what other clues? We got a disappearance time, right? So he says here, when did you last see her? Georgia Price, married name is Litton. She uses her maiden name, Price. So she's married. Husband's name is Litton. Mrs. Price, Miss Price. Okay, 2 p.m. When did we last see her? He says 1:55 walked out. 1:55 walked out. Walked out of the Madison Square Theater. We might want to write down, we might want to get the address block number of that so that we can see if she got in a cab or a subway or something. George's husband called to ask what happened. So she is married. Husband is concerned, or husband killed her and is faking it. All right, and then there was a clue about the note, right? So she walks off. That's how they know she didn't go home. And this morning, the message arrived. Okay, let me just make sure I've got the day right. Is this 2 p.m. lunch break? So was this yesterday that she disappeared? Was it yesterday? I want to make sure if it's yesterday or did he wait a day? The other thing is, I want to see what he says about the note slipped under his door. The spelling. On Wednesday, she walked out. So Wednesday, which is yesterday. Okay, so Wednesday, she walks out 1:55. Jonathan says, note that it's Benji who knows exactly when she leaves. I'll make a note of that. Now, in the middle of rehearsal, so it's not like she finished the day and went home. She walks out on her own at 1:55. No cell phone to get a call. So why? I think that's a huge question. Like, why in the middle of rehearsal would she walk out? And then they already got them separated. And then where do we see about the note dropped in his office? Rivalry with Audrey Seal. I'm just going to start keeping notes here. Rivalry with Georgia. The other leading lady. The last straw was Audrey's divorce. Just because she wouldn't get the attention. Okay. Georgia gave a big interview and it was cut. I think that might be the villager interview. I think that's why to go to the villager to see what in her interview was cut. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Audrey's petition, Eloise, another actress, adultery with Audrey's husband. So Sylvester Tracy is Audrey Seal's husband, and adultery with Eloise. Ella. Okay, in November. That broke up Eloise's marriage. No one knew Eloise was cheating with. If you read the paper last week, there's a villager about Eloise's divorce. Georgia was furious. They split them up, and then she walked out. The day before, she demanded I fire the other actress, but he said, don't worry about it. Jonathan is saying, Benji knew her before and introduced her today. Can you see if I can remember? See if we can find where that was. They all smoke. Okay, here is the slipped under the door. I want to get that part right. Missing since yesterday. Walked out in the middle of rehearsal. Didn't come home. I found this letter instead. It slipped under the door. I stepped on it when I arrived at the theater. I like a half hour before it's my process. No address, personal. Okay, so maybe we'll make a separate note for ransom note. Note. So left under Days door. No postmark. So personally left. And what time? So did they had to know whose door is Days, Edwin Days. Do we have a time? Somehow I'm remembering something like 7:30 or something, but we need to know when they rehearse. He's 30 minutes early. "30 minutes before rehearsal." When is rehearsal? Is it mentioned in the paper? No. Somehow I had a memory that it was like 7:30 or so. Maybe we don't know what time rehearsal is. We just know he's there by himself. Does anyone else remember a rehearsal time? It looks like the part about Benji introducing her is in the paragraph that ends with a decision I've bitterly regretted since. This is why he regrets hiring her, huh? Okay, let's see. I'm going to make a note about the spelling in case that's important. Here's the decision he's regretted, bitterly regretted. Okay. He doesn't think it's genuine. Georgia Price comes from the movies. Benji introduced her to me. All right, good catch. So Benji knows her well. I would love to know when is rehearsal. So I'll just make a note that we don't know when it is. And I would like to just fill out these. Fill out these a little bit. Introduced Georgia. The rest of these we know from newspaper articles. I guess we'll fill them out as we go to them. All right, well, that's a big, long intro scene. That's not an intro, but big, long scene. I like the part about, okay, the way I read it, Day is just saying he found the note by the theater door he uses to enter the theater, not Day's room. I see, okay. Either way, it was there before he got in. I would just like to know what time that was. But maybe we're going to learn when we talk to these two. Well, I'd like to start with the dressing room. Let's get to the evidence before we get too deep here. So 67727 53836 on page 92 and 31900 page 58. Okay, let's go follow up these leads here. I want to search the dressing room first. 1900. We have a time on that, 30 minutes. I guess it's just one. No, we got there at 1:30, so it's got to be 2 p.m. now. Remember, we have 6 p.m. we want to meet up with Lucas. What am I looking for? 1900. Okay, 1900. We're going to search her dressing room now. 30 minutes pass. It's now 2:30. Dressing room is very gaudy, pink and gold frills, sequins everywhere. There's still a heavy perfume smell in the room. It's quite nauseating. There's lots of posters and pictures of Miss Price on the wall, even on the vanity. Geez, this woman likes to look at herself. You look through the drawers, into the dresser, and in every nook and cranny you can find. There's nothing here that could tell you where the actress went yesterday. Circle marker K2. So I'm going to circle K2, but I am also going to note a clue here, right? Which is Georgia Price likes heavy perfume. Pink and gold frills. Perfume, pink frills. Nauseating perfume. That's a clue. Okay, now let's talk to these two guys. Let's talk to Benji first. He knows her best, he says. 67727, or at least he introduced them. Okay, 67727 is going to be another 30-minute lead. It's now 3 p.m. 7727, Benji. Okay, let's see what Benji says. Now you hear a lot of awful things about Georgie from the others. I'm certain of it, Detective. And don't get me wrong, she really was awful most of the time, but I knew her family and I know about her rough childhood, so I tend to forgive her a lot more than the others. I decided to tell you a few things about the early part of her life. Maybe it'll make you a bit more compassionate towards her. But this is for your ears only. You understand me, Detective? When you nod, he continues. Georgie was born in Brooklyn in a bleak, sparsely furnished room above a dilapidated Baptist church. Her parents were descended from English and Scots-Irish immigrants who had come to America the generation before. Her father had a quick, keen mind, all the natural qualifications to make something of himself, but didn't. Everything seemed to go wrong for him. By the time Georgia was 4.5, her father was out of work. Family lived at least 10 different addresses, but seldom outside Prospect Heights, with her father often absent. Back when her mother was 16, she fell from a second-story window and suffered a severe head injury. She was later diagnosed with psychosis due to epilepsy. From her earliest years, Georgie had learned how to care for her mother during seizures, as well as how to deal with her psychotic and hostile episodes. She said her mother could be mean to her, and she often was. When, for example, she realized her daughter was set for a movie career, Georgie's mother told her she would be much better off dead. And one night, Georgie awoke to a butcher's knife held against her throat by her mother. Fortunately, she was able to fend off the attack and lock her in her room. Her mother was committed to a sanitarium not long after that. I see you know her well, Mr. Miller. So do you have any idea where she could be? No, Detective, I'm sorry. Her father died a few years ago. I don't know much about any relatives she may have kept in touch with. She doesn't have many friends, as you might have guessed already. Probably I'm the only one here, but, maybe Al would know more. Al, her husband, Lord Alva Herbert Lytton. A lord, huh? Yeah, genuine English lord. Penniless, of course, but Georgie has plenty of money for both of them. They married 5 years ago. Georgie was over the moon to become a real lady, and Al could finally pay all his creditors. But they're well matched, I always thought. Al tolerates Georgie's tantrums with coolness and politeness, as you would expect from an English lord. That usually calms Georgie down. I see. Is there anything else? I don't think so, Detective. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. I mean, if I had any idea where she might be, I'd be on the search myself. And I wouldn't have let Eddie drag you into this mess. Okay, thank you, Mr. Miller. Circle P2. We got someone's name. Let's give a card to our Lord Alva. I mean, the husband is always a suspect. So Herbert Lytton is husband of Georgie Price. Now, he needs her money. So I don't see how he's going to kill her unless she's got some big insurance policy, but surely not. She's an actress. She's bringing in continuous money. You don't kill the goose that laid the golden egg. So I don't think he's to blame. Although if he flew up the handle and killed her, All right, now we're going to talk to Jerry, the other guy, 53836. So that was Benji we were talking to. Painted a more sympathetic picture of Georgie. There is Georgie. She likes sequins, pink, and heavy perfume. And now we're going to talk to Jerry Stamper. 53836. We don't need this anymore. And these cards in there. All right, looks like Jerry has lots to say. 30 minutes have passed. It's now 3:30. So you're the one who minds everybody else's business. You ask, oh, this is us. You're the one who minds everyone else's business. You ask the continuously snickering guy in the stupid checkered jacket. Yes, sir, your most valuable source, reporting for duty, sir. The jokester salutes in an exaggerated manner. Okay, tell me first about that affair which led to the double divorce. You couldn't have asked anyone better, detective. How'd you know? I don't have time for that. I need to start looking for your actress soon, so quit the dumb stuff. You look at him seriously. Here's our Joker. Yes, sir, he salutes. And I'm starting it now. So the affair, it happened not long after the beginning of the season, in October. We only just started rehearsing Midsummer, but there were members of the group who were more hardworking than others, and stayed to run lines even after the official rehearsal ended. You know how it goes, detective. Trace was always very keen on helping young, promising actresses with their lines. He's talking about Sylvester Tracy, this guy who's always keen to help aspiring young actresses with their lines. He calls him Trace. This year, his diamond in the rough was Eloise. So here is Tracy helping out the actress Eloise Kellett. Well, one afternoon, when Trace and Eloise were busy rehearsing, the husband showed up with a big bouquet of flowers to surprise his hard-working wifey at the theater, because, as it turned out, it was their anniversary that day. Well, it was a surprise, all right. The husband filed for divorce. Audrey made a scene the next day and threatened a divorce. Trace said he couldn't work in an environment with two hysterical women at his throat. Eddie almost had to cancel the play. So it's that Sylvester Tracy is married to Audrey, right? And is cheating with Eloise. So, divorcing Sylvester. We can check this to make sure I'm right. Tracy. And then Eloise had an affair with Sylvester. This is duplicated in our newspapers, I believe. And who is Eloise Kellett's husband? Maybe not photographed, not in the troupe. Surprisingly enough, it was Georgia who talked to Audrey then and convinced her to be the bigger person and forgive her husband, because Trace was coming to his wife literally on his knees after he was busted, and he swore on everything holy that the affair didn't mean anything to him and he still loves only Audrey. Seems she managed to forgive him, so the couple got back together. Georgia gloated like the patron saint of marriage, and poor Eloise was shunned for a while by almost everyone in the troupe. Not me, of course. I'm more forgiving of a human weaknesses than others. Or less of a hypocrite. How come the two actresses became rivals then? There's always been some rivalry between Georgia and Audrey. First of all, Audrey was the one who was supposed to get Titania's role. But then the movie star showed up at the last moment, and our dear director suddenly decided Georgia would make a better fairy queen. Audrey was not happy. But she managed to put on a smile and seemingly was on board with the changes. This is Jonathan's theory of not the understudy, but the rival would have a good motive. After the cheating fiasco blew over, everyone hoped things would finally calm down during rehearsals, but that's not what happened. No, sir. As time passed, it became more and more obvious that Georgia isn't a good enough actress for the stage. She was too loud, too artificial, too, well, let's just say her talents were obviously limited. Everyone saw it, of course, but no one would dare say a word. No way Georgia didn't notice the looks and Eddie's desperate sighs. So she became more and more demanding and unbearable and started fights with Audrey more often about stuff like Audrey supposedly damaging her costume, stealing her slippers, ruining her concentration during a scene. And Audrey had enough and started making comments about George's acting. So one day, Georgia called her a cunt in front of everyone. You get the picture, detective. As Eddie said, we made a timetable for the two actresses so they can avoid each other. And what happened last week? Well, Georgia came in during Audrey's time slot, waving a newspaper and screaming, "You hateful bitch! You couldn't resist the chance to ruin my big moment, could you? You just had to file for divorce and tell all the newspapers about it, didn't you? How pathetic is that, to try and get into the limelight with your miserable little personal life?" Or something like that. Audrey just sprang up, looked into the paper, then stormed out. I don't think she knew before Georgia arrived that the papers wrote about her divorce. We were all stunned too. No one here knew about the divorce, or at least I don't think so. It's true Audrey kept her distance from Trace after the affair, but we all thought it was just temporary and to be expected, even if she supposedly forgave him for being unfaithful. And which day of the week was this, we ask? Last Thursday. I see. Can you help me track down the other actors from the play? Well, Audrey and Trace are playing in that awful new play by Scholl and Rich on weekdays, and Eloise plays Daisy in a new production of Gatsby. She isn't half bad, I have to say. I think you can talk to her after the show, but I don't know about Ada, Bax, and Stan, sorry. Anything else you can tell me? Well, I could talk your ears off if you want more gossip, which is unrelated to our little play, detective. No, I didn't think so. The checkered jacket guy's still snickering when you leave him. Circle marker J2. If you want to talk to Benji. Okay, so we've talked to those two. Okay, so let's make some notes here. He gave us information on how to find some of our people. Okay, Audrey and Trace are in the Scholl and Rich play. Audrey and Trace, Sylvester Tracy. Audrey and Tracy are playing in the Scholl and Rich play. And then Eloise Kellett is in The Great Gatsby. Weekdays. Well, we might want to talk to them before the weekend then, for sure. Eloise is Daisy. And we know The Great Gatsby play is in the paper. Okay, and then they're talking about the newspaper article Audrey was surprised about. So who do we not have information on cards for? Ada Bossi, we don't know anything about, although she's mentioned by a couple people. Arthur Baxter and Stanley Street. So I just want to... Benji we talked to. And Jerry Stamper we talked to. He's the comedian. And this guy he's the friend of Georgia. We believe him. So I want to make sure we understand these two, the roles of these two, Stanley Street and Arthur Baxter. Let me... One pair of young lovers will be played by Ada Bossi and Stanley Street. And then Eloise Kellett and Arthur Baxter is Demetrius. So he plays Demetrius. And Stanley Street is the one with Kellett. And Stanley Street is playing opposite Ada Bossi. And do we think that they're... I just want to make sure we understand the divorce personal relationships. Audrey Seals and Sylvester Tracy, that's the husband and wife. Kellett is Vernon Taylor, is Kellett's husband. She's the one who cheated with Sylvester Tracy. Okay, so I guess we don't know anything about Stanley Street and Arthur Baxter, unless I'm forgetting something. These are some very rich themes we've been reading. Good catch about the perfume. Could also be perfume of another actress who's been in a room. I don't think so. That sounded like perfume that had been lingering in that dressing room for a long time. Seems like the logical place to start would be cab logs for around this theater and maybe around Witten's home. Hopkins seems to know Ada Bossi. That's, yes, Lawson Hopkins, the Mark Twain guy, did mention Ada Bossi. I'll make a note of that. Knows Lawson Hopkins. Okay, so that was Jerry. And did I mark this J2? I did. Okay, well, boy, this day's going by, huh? We haven't done that much. We got a whole cast of characters to worry about now. We've got cards for them. I'm going to put a little paper clip in there. Well, okay, before we start chasing down these leads, I guess we need to take a break here. Let's take a break. We'll come back, and then I think maybe we should make some notes for ourselves about where The Great Gatsby is playing. And this one I didn't recollect the name of. Do you remember us hearing about the Skull and Rich play on weekends? That's I don't remember that, but maybe that was in the paper somewhere, a different performance. Or maybe we can just look up Skull and Rich. All right, let's take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we are back. 9 viewers here. Technically 9 viewers, not really 9 viewers though, right? Really just 1 viewer and 8 sleepers. But I am fully invested in this case. I feel like this is real, that we're really back in 1935, that these are real people, and I do not want, I don't know what they're up to. Like, I'm not even convinced this is a real kidnapping at all. But I want to solve this case. This isn't even our real case. We've got a real case of a collector to be tracking down. Seems like that's a real through line between these cases, that like there's the case that you think you're supposed to be working on, and then there's another case that seems to take up all your time because the people involved are demanding your help. So before we actually decide where to go, and we're going to have to keep good notes. I'm going to make a real effort to keep these actors set aside. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do something that I've never done before. I'm going to put like Shakespeare Fellowship on the corner of all the cards related to these people. You might also label these. I'm going to label everything related to George's disappearance an SF. Although probably I should have just put a G. That would have made life a little easier. But it's too late now. I feel like I want to undo this and make these all Georges. I guess for some long shot leads, it might be fun to check out at some point. Try Brooklyn lead. Doesn't seem like Georgia would go back there to hide. Can we find Georgia's mother in the sanatorium? Those are all reasonable questions. Let's start a little to-do list so we don't forget. We could try to check Brooklyn. Pretty unlikely. We could try looking at a sanatorium for George's mother. I mean, she does look young enough that her mother could be still alive. What jumped out to me, though, was I want to at least get a handle on this at the Skull and Rich play. I want to at least get a handle on whether that is something we know about. We could also try them at their homes, don't forget, if we could look them up. But where is this Skull and Rich play? Is that... is that something we know about? It's the Children's Aid Society. Here's The Great Gatsby. So we know how to find the people who are acting in The Great Gatsby, but how are we to find this Shoal and Rich? You think they're in the yellow pages? Shoal and Rich. Not the yellow pages, white pages. SCHOLL. Playing in an awful new play by Shoal and Rich. play by Scholl and Rich. Well, we don't know what that's about. Is that in our paper? Is it possible it's in a previous paper? I just don't recognize that name. Do you, Jonathan? I mean, that's the Shakespeare Fellowship. We're tracking them. Maybe this is like this is the same thing as the low-hanging fruit. Like, if we can find Audrey Seals in the phone book, maybe we don't have to worry about her work. And maybe at her home, they know where Scholl and Rich are. So let me just see if Audrey Seals is in the paper. I wonder if the divorce thing about them might mention it as well. Let's just quickly see if Audrey Seals. Well, Audrey Seals is not in the phone book. What about Tracy? I suppose maybe what I'm doing here could be put in that category of things we don't need to do until we run out of other stuff. No, Tracy. Okay, well, I don't know how we're going to find those two. Don't forget the divorce lawyers could now be in this case. Yes, that's a good point. Well, where would you like to go? We've got a few hours before we're supposed to meet our informant. So we've got a whole bunch of leads we could track down. So let's think of it this way. Let's not worry about our collector case till we talk to Jimmy. So let's think about Georgia. This is our primary concern, right? Georgia. Jonathan says I do cab logs. Okay, let me add to that. Cab logs and husband. Cab logs and husband. In fact, I might argue you talk to the husband first to get his alibi. Well, actually, better to know the cab logs first. Okay, cab logs first. And let us... All right, cab logs first. So we know husband is what I want to know mostly, but cab logs make a lot of sense. So let's situate our playhouse, get that on our map, and then check for any cab logs. Madison Square Theater is GP28. Okay, so the playhouse where they're rehearsing is Gramercy Park 28. Here. All right, so we're looking for I'll tell you what, actually, before we do that, let's make a note of where she lives with her husband. Let's just look up this house, Witten. That way, at least we know what we're looking for, right? We're looking for travel from her house. Witten? Why do I not see a Witten? Surely, is he under ward? Are the wards? No, the wards aren't under ward. Well, that's going to make life a little harder for us if we can't find where the husband lives. And it says your directory search is sloppy today. Your finger was at Tracy. I think maybe I was looking up Tracy with an E. Well, let's see. I'll go back to Tracy and then let me not get distracted. This is where the online thing would be more successful. Okay, so there is a Tracy S. Where are our documents? So I think I must have written down Tracy with an E. Let me see whose fault it is. Okay, Tracy has no E, so I think that was where I went wrong here. Well, I wrote it down right. Okay, Sylvester Tracy S is in GV105. GV105, and his lead is 86395. Okay, so we can at least find him, and maybe that's how we make our way to Audrey Seals. But what are we doing about Ward Witten? Jonathan says maybe the place is under her name, Price. Okay, that's not a bad idea. Georgia Price. Maybe he has no money, so they keep her name. Okay, so Jonathan had a very good idea. Georgia Price, looks like we've got her. She's in Carnegie Mansion, very rich neighborhood, if that's her. So, assuming that this is under her address, let's make a note of this. I don't need another card here. So if Georgia Price is our girl, she's at 125 East 93rd, CM 011-20100. I mean, surely we want to knock on that door. That was good thinking, Jonathan, although surely we should be able to find the husband. But if he's penniless, it makes sense that they would be living with her. So should we knock on her door first before we check cab logs? Let's see where she lives. Carnegie Mansion, also a rich neighborhood. She must be rich. What's up? Oh, yeah, there's Carnegie Mansion. The Carnegie Mansion neighborhood, sometimes called Carnegie Hill, is located in the Upper East Side of Manhattan. Is one of the most expensive and prestigious regions in the United States, brimming with opulence and charm. The area gets its name from the sprawling Carnegie Mansion at its center. Its stone edifice, columns, terraces, and sprawling gardens stand as a testament to the aristocratic elegance of its district. And there's a whole thing about Daniel Carnegie. Okay, so CM11 is here. East 93rd Street. Somewhere here is where Georgia Price is. Okay, let's knock on Georgia Price's door. Maybe we find the husband, and then we'll do... you want to do cab logs first. Okay, fine. Cab logs first. Carnegie Mansion. So we want cab logs of Carnegie Mansion, and we want cab logs of Gramercy Park, where the theater is, right? So where was my... There, that's what I did. Okay, so there's the theater, and then Georgia Price is at CM11. Okay, let's look up cab logs in those two districts. Cabs, CM, cabs, Gramercy Park. Okay, no cabs in the map. We need to look them up under taxi cabs. Taxi cabs and limos. Let's see what we've got here. Maybe this is the way to do it. Okay, Carnegie Mansion and Gramercy Park. So here we have a Gramercy Park one, which is Black Tie Limousine Service 76519. 76519. I mean, lots of them live in Greenwich Village, but that's not our focus for now. So let's send this. Okay, Carnegie Mansion taxi cabs 50470. Anything else? Gramercy Park, Carnegie Mansion, not there. What about up here? Here's another Gramercy Park cab company, 73623. And anything else? No, that's it. Okay, let's pay a visit to these cab companies and see if they've got any records. First stop is Carnegie Mansion. No, let's do near the theater. Gramercy Park. We got two places in Gramercy Park. 76519. 76519 does not have an entry. 73623 does not have an entry. Okay, Carnegie Mansion, then 50470. 50407. Let me just see if I got that wrong, if I wrote that down dyslexically. Carnegie Mansion taxi cab. Otherwise, the answer is no. Let's just make sure I didn't make a mistake. Carnegie Mansion. 50470. 50470. 50470. No entry. So Anna does not want to play with cabs in this case. All right, so no cabs. At least not in Carnegie Mansion or GP. Well, let's knock on Georgia Price's home and see if we can meet the husband there. I don't know. He might feel a little weird if he doesn't get to put his name on the telephone. Okay, Georgia Price, 20100. Let's see if we've got Georgia Price. $20100, page 39. Here we are in the Carnegie Mansion neighborhood, so get your tie on and straighten your hat. Okay, if it's Thursday or Friday, if it's Sunday or Monday. So I'm going to make a note to come back on Sunday, Monday. Meanwhile, 29892. 29892. Oh boy, big entry. All right, always go to their house and the scene of the crime. The Lytton Price house. Here we go. 30 minutes. It's now 4 p.m. All right, buckle up. Wow, the actress has a big mansion with a wrought iron fence, gilt spears, flower beds, trimmed trees, and everything. You can see a cream-colored coupe in the driveway. There's a lion head knocker on the door, so you lift the ring in its mouth and knock a few times. Steps come slowly, as if from a long distance. The front door opens, and a straight-backed butler looks out at you. Yes, sir. Of course, there's an English butler. I'm Detective Lucas. Mr. Day told me about Miss Price's disappearance. Oh, yes, Detective. His lordship is expecting you. May I have your coat and hat, sir? He extends his arm, so you take off your hat and peel off your trench coat. The butler's look becomes quite disapproving when he sees your cheap suit, but what can you do? Not everyone can have a fancy, well-paying job or a title with money. This way, Detective. He leads you inside a big parlor or salon or something fancy like that. I will inform his lordship of your arrival immediately. I'm certain that his lordship is awaiting information about her ladyship's whereabouts with bated breath. He emphasizes the ladyship quite strongly, so no Miss Price in this house. Noted. Lord Lytton arrives after a few minutes. He's in his early 50s, maybe, medium height, has a big mustache as well. Not a bad-looking gent, but a bit cross-eyed with buck teeth. Not quite the husband you pictured for a beautiful movie star, but love is blind, they say. And being an English lord also helps to improve someone's attractiveness, as you would imagine. Detective, you cannot imagine how pleased I am to see you. I can assure you that I am quite beside myself with worry. But please, take a seat, and perhaps I can offer you something to drink, or a cigar, perhaps. He opens a beautiful cigar box and extends it to you. You take one. Wow, best Cuban cigar you've ever seen. Nice. He lights one up as well. There are two pictures on his desk, one of his wife and another of a racehorse. Lytton notices you eyeing the pictures. Circle document 11. Okay, we got another document. Let's see what we got. Two pictures, one of the wife and one of a horse. It looks like we've chosen to look at the horse picture. He's in the middle of a race. Okay. Oh, this is Man of War, who won the Belmont in 1920 by 20 lengths, setting a new American record. The Belmont, you don't know anything about horse racing. The Belmont Stakes is the American Grade 1 stakes race for 3-year-old thoroughbreds run at Belmont Park in Elmont. It's nicknamed the Test of the Champion, and it's the tradition of third and final leg of the Triple Crown, the Kentucky Derby, the Preakness Stakes, and the Belmont Stakes. Man of War won all 11 of his starts in 1920 to conclude a 2-year run in which he won 20 of 21 starts. He had established 3 world records, 2 American records, and 7 track records. He talks about the horse like a proud father would. You don't care about any of this. Very interesting, but Lord Lytton, let's talk about why I'm here. What can you tell me about your wife? When did you see her last? How did you find her in the last few days? I saw Georgia last on Tuesday night. That surprises you. Tuesday, you say? Not Wednesday like the others? You see, Detective, Georgia likes to stay in bed late, and I'm an early riser and start my day before she wakes up. Both our lives are so busy that we usually meet only in the evenings or on the weekends. That is why I saw her on Tuesday last. Yesterday I went away in the morning and only returned in the afternoon. When Georgia did not make it home for dinner, I called the theater to ask if the rehearsal was still going. Then I called Eddie at home to ask if he knew where Georgia was, but of course he did not know anything either. I was quite worried, but Eddie told me we should wait a day before we report the disappearance to the police. It may be just a temporary tantrum or some publicity stunt on George's part. I suspected he might be right. So I waited, and now you are here, Detective. You asked if something was out of the ordinary the last few days. I was surprised when I did not find Georgia at home when I arrived yesterday. Although I saw her car in the driveway, you see. I asked Zachary, of course, but he only said that Georgia sent him home with the car because she supposedly wanted to walk around a bit. I have never heard of such a ridiculous excuse in my life. Georgia is not the sort of woman who just walks around a bit, ever. But I thought I would just wait and see what happened. Did Lady Lytton ever pull something similar in the past, not coming home for the night? Well, no, not really. But she threatened me with it when we had a disagreement about something and things did not go her way. She yelled she might not come home one day and I would regret that I had opposed her. I asked her, of course, where she would go if she was not coming home. She said there are plenty of hotels in Manhattan, so I would not find her easily. And it is true, of course. I could not just start dialing the number of every hotel in the city yesterday night. I doubt it would have been very successful, not to mention the scandal it could have caused. So I listened to Eddie and waited. But this waiting is starting to get harder and harder, Detective. He looks at you with worry in his eyes. So what happened Tuesday night? Well, we had another disagreement. Nothing especially bad or out of the ordinary. Georgia was obsessing about Audrey again, and I have had quite enough of that. I told her so, which she did not like, not a bit. You mean there were lots of arguments between you and your wife about Miss Seals? How come? You might have heard, Detective, that there was a rivalry between Georgia and Audrey. Even the papers wrote about it a couple times. I always tried to stay out of it myself, but it has not been easy, I have to tell you that. Georgia often talks about it and sometimes even wants me to interfere somehow. It's quite troublesome, actually. Interfere? How? I'm deeply embarrassed to talk to anyone about these things, to be quite honest with you, Detective, but I think it cannot be avoided now. But I have to warn you, it is quite silly. Georgia has the notion that just because I'm a lord, I can arrange anything I want. And more importantly, anything she wants, such as firing Audrey Seals from Eddie's company. I told her, of course, from time to time that it is not how these things work, not to mention the moral aspect of such an interference. Bet she didn't like your answer, Ward Whitten. No, she did not. She told me it showed I did not really love her. She cried and made a scene. It was a very uncomfortable conversation. But finally, Georgia stormed off, went to a room, and that was that. Tell you the truth, I was rather relieved that we probably would not see each other again until the night after. Gave Georgia more time to calm herself. But after she did not come home yesterday, I started to worry. I tried to recall the things she said the night before, but it was just another tedious tirade about Audrey, I think. All the things she was doing wrong, all the ways she was insulting her. How her whole divorce was just a clever trick which directed all the attention to her instead of Georgia. The usual things I have heard 1,000 times before. I mean, not the divorce part, of course. That was only on the list of Audrey's misdeeds since last Thursday. But everything else was mostly the same. So nothing unusual happened that night. No, Detective, I cannot think of anything. But maybe you should talk to Dr. Costello. Really? Who's this Dr. Costello? He's a very famous psychiatrist. Georgia has been seeing him in the last couple of months because of her... Whitten is hesitating. Seems like there's something really embarrassing here. You give him a nudge. Yes, Lord Whitten? Well, you see, Detective, during her years spent in Hollywood, Georgia picked up quite a few destructive habits. The worst of them was the use of, well, cocaine. He looks disgusted when he says this. I tried to help her rid herself of this addiction. It did not quite work. So I suggested she try professional help. At first, she refused to even consider it, but after a while, she fortunately came to the realization that it was worth at least a try. She started to see Dr. Costello last November, and it seemed to help her. You mean she quit the drug? You're so surprised that you speak a bit too bluntly. Whitten finds your comment distasteful. That's obvious. I meant what I said. It helped her. She became a bit less erratic, and she said she needed less and less of that horrible stuff. Yes. You think this doctor can help us find Lady Whitten? I honestly do not know, Detective, but you said I should tell you anything I can think of. Yes, of course, and back to her habit. Where did she get the drug? I mean, do you know who her supplier was? No, of course not. I mean, I did ask her once, in exasperation, where she even got the stuff, but she only told me a friend was helping her out. A friend, you ask? Yes, I know. It sounds strange because Georgia does not really have friends. She has me, of course, and she has admirers, colleagues, servants, enemies, but friends, I cannot think of one. Well, that was harsh, but this lord talks about it very matter-of-factly. Maybe in his circles it isn't such a strange thing. That's sweet. Well, was that everything you could tell me, Lord Lytton? He nods. I think so, yes. Could I see your wife's room, Lord Lytton? Maybe I can find something in there that could help me track her down. His lordship seems quite taken aback by the idea that a detective wants to look into his wife's room, so he hesitates a bit before answering. Well, I do not know. Well, very well, detective. I assume it cannot be helped. Murdoch will help you with that. Murdoch! He calls out to the butler. Yes, my lord. Murdoch immediately materializes on the doorstep. Scary. The detective wishes to see her ladyship's bedroom. Please make sure he is able to do that. Perhaps call her ladyship's maid to help her, something. The butler seems positively shocked to hear this idea, but he immediately fixes his face into a neutral expression and only says, Of course, follow me. Follow my lord. Sorry, of course, my lord. Detective, please follow me. Circle marker L2. And now we can search her room. We can talk to the chauffeur, the maid, or the butler. All right. Well, that was a pretty great scene there. Before we travel on to talk to these people, let's make some notes about Lytton. So, on our note here, we're going to note that this is 20100. Now, he said a couple things that were interesting, right? She's cocaine addict, seems like. Well, okay. Do I want to write this on Georgia's note? I'll just say Georgia is cocaine addict. Her supplier is quote unquote a friend, but she has no friends. So what does that mean? He also gave us the name of a psychiatrist. Dr. Costello. This seems like a very promising lead. More talk of Audrey and the divorce. No friends. Murdoch is the butler. And he last saw her Tuesday night. We also learned about the Belmont steak. I don't see how that's relevant for us, though. He's good friends with Edwin Day, or at least he calls him by his first name. She makes a mention about hotels. And how crazy it would be for him to be calling around trying to find what hotel. And then Tuesday night they got into a fight, nothing out of the ordinary. More about the rivalry. All right, anything else that I've missed that he said that we should note? Benji is the friend that we know of. Maybe we can go to his house at night. Okay, let's make a note. Revisit at home. Okay, let's not forget. That's not a bad idea. Benji could be the person supplying her cocaine. I'm not sure how that would help us if we found it, though. Let's make a card for our Dr. Costello, because surely we want to talk to him. All right, well, let's search her room. I'm very curious. Talking to her chauffeur. In fact, that reminds me, there was another mention, right? That there's like a cream car, and that's Zachary. And she sent the home and said she wanted to walk around. That was very suspicious. He finds that very suspicious. He said that's the craziest idea. Where was that scene? That was pretty interesting, actually. Here. Zachary is her driver, the chauffeur. He said that Georgia sent him home yesterday. Her car's in the driveway. So that's why we don't have cab logs. She's taking a car. So Lord Lytton sees her car in the driveway when he comes home. When he talks to the driver, Georgia sent him home. Okay, so can we let's at least make a really big mental note of one fact. Every piece of evidence we have is that Georgia has something is triggered in Georgia's life to make her disappear. She's not going about her business and she was kidnapped, right? That's hugely significant. Like very often in a kidnapping case, right? The kidnapper wants to nab some victim, and the way they do that is they know the victim's pattern. Like this victim every afternoon at 1 goes to get a bagel, and so they get kidnapped on their way doing their normal daily task. So when you kidnap someone, you're likely to kidnap them when they're doing the most predictable, regular daily activity, because that's when you know where you can grab them. But in this case, we've got the absolute opposite of that. We've got our victim who has inexplicably left in the middle of an audition and then sent her driver home with an excuse that's totally out of the ordinary for her. So whether she's kidnapped or not, she is behaving very unusual this day, which makes me think it's not a real kidnapping. Jonathan says, good point. But yes, the chauffeur might have been the very last person to have seen her, right? If she left the rehearsal and then sent the chauffeur home, the chauffeur is the last person who may have seen her. Boy, this coffee is good. All right, so, but still, I think natural thing to do is to do this in order and go to her room. So it's now 4 p.m. and we are going to go to 52236. 52236 Price room. Do you think this horse is important for us in some way? He really wanted to talk about that horse. He really wanted to talk about that horse. 52236. Okay, we're gonna search for Rome here. So it's another 30 minutes. It's now 4:30. It's quite a big room. It has low beam ceilings, white walls decked out with strips of gold embroidery, and large photographs of Miss Price in sparkling gold frames. She loves gold and pink. The rug is pink and so thick that a gopher could have spent a week in it without even showing his nose above the nap. And there are white and pink cushions everywhere, on the bed, on the chairs, even on the floor. She loves pink, she loves gold. You try to be very careful with all of her ladyship's stuff while the pretty maid is hovering nervously on the doorstep, but you frisk the room thoroughly. Finally, you find something potentially useful, Miss Price's diary. Before you can read it, the maid clears her throat. Yes, you ask her impatiently. She better not start complaining about you reading her mistress's diary. Did you take out everything from her ladyship's drawers, sir? Yes, I did. Why? Where are her magazines, sir? She likes magazines and always has a lot of them in her drawers. There are no magazines here, you tell her. And there wasn't a map there either? And a directory? No, why? Because her ladyship sent me out last Friday to buy a directory and a map of Manhattan. And I saw her put it in that drawer. You don't say. Circle document 12, Miss Price's diary, and circle marker G2. Wow, the plot just thickened. G2. That's fascinating. Oh, I didn't even pick that up, Jonathan. Look what Jonathan says. The magazine is for the ransom note. I did not even think about that. That is very clever, Jonathan. I didn't even think about that. I'm sure it would have occurred to me eventually. Okay, pretty clever. Okay, so missing magazines. We have the diary. So the missing magazines, and Jonathan says ransom note. Very clever. But she's missing a map and directory also. What do you think that means? Any theories? I mean, she's clearly, she's so, okay, so she's staged her ransom. Is this just a tiny, I think, you know what I think? Is this just a side story about her trying to gin up publicity? And we're suckered into thinking this is some big part of our case? Is that what this is? It's just publicity? Is this girl just going for publicity? Are we gonna find her just holed up in a hotel room? That would be so classic, so realistic. That this is all about her. She's hide out in a hotel room with cocaine, just faking a kidnapping. How are we gonna prove that? How are we gonna find her? She's just in a hotel. There's too many hotels all over Manhattan. We're gonna need to be able to narrow it down. Okay, pretty cool. All right, let's take a look at the diary, though. Whenever I see the diary, you know what movie I think of? I wonder if Jonathan has seen this movie. I hope so. It's an amazing movie. All right, what's a movie about a woman and a diary? Any thoughts? Famous book, pretty recent, maybe last 10 years, They made a movie about it. I guess you'd call it a thriller, mystery thriller. At a core center of it is a woman and her diary. Very famous book. But recent, modern. It's modern in the last 20 or 30-year book. You know what movie I'm thinking of? It's a movie I love. It's not Bridget Jones. Is it Gone Girl? It is Gone Girl, yeah. Gone Girl is a great movie. Great movie. And a movie I've watched several times. Okay. So let's see what we've got here. Have you seen Gone Girl? Gone Girl is Ben Affleck and Rosemary Pike or something. Neil Patrick Harris has a bit role in that too. Boy, do I love that movie. I mean, I like the acting in it. I like the movie. Okay, so here is Georgia Price's diary. How about that? We're going to get a look at a diary. Okay, here we go. We got a nice, generous, multi-page diary here. Is this going to be a Gone Girl diary? Fake diary entries? November 15, Thursday. So months ago, but this is near the divorce of the other woman. I hate her, I hate her, I hate her. I hate the little cunt. There, I wrote it down as Dr. Costello said I should. My feelings about her. Did it help? No. I still hate her. I feel I could strangle her, only I don't want to go to jail. It would make the headlines, of course, but I don't think I would like it there. She's just so hateful and unbearable. She always makes comments about my acting during rehearsal. She's talking about Audrey Seals. Like she's the only one who knows how to act, but she's just an old, dried-up hag who's too ugly for the silver screen. It is obvious she's jealous of me, and that's why she makes those comments. And all the others just look the other way. What cowards. And maybe she has a hold over them or something. I wouldn't be surprised. How else did she land this role in the play? She's so old, she only should play old nurses and other freaks nowadays. But an Amazon queen who's just getting married? Come on, she must be blackmailing Eddie. Even have a guess with what? So just to remind you, what we've got here is Georgia talking about Audrey Seals, her rival who she hates. November 21, Wednesday. I have a brilliant idea on how to get my revenge on the bitch. Oh, she's gonna regret she started with me. Just wait. December 3rd, Monday. It's done. Who's laughing now, Miss I'm So Perfect? And they say someone so beautiful as me can't be smart as well. Ha! December 7, Friday. Oh, that hateful little cunt. How I hate her guts. What a lovely frock, my ass. It was so humiliating. Everyone laughed at me like I'm the freak and not her. So what if I forgot about this stupid dinner? My everyday dresses I wear for rehearsals are usually twice as pretty as everyone's smart dresses anyway. It's true, it wasn't my best hair day either, but that's not the point. The point is she couldn't gloat for long because I ruined her good mood pretty quickly. I just had to whisper those magic words in her ugly ear. She acted like she didn't believe me, of course, but I know she did. She must have. Now we'll see what happens. She's probably told her about the affair that her husband's having. January 10th, Thursday. I hate her, I hate her, I hate her, I hate her, I hate her. The whore stole my thunder. She just couldn't help herself, that heartless bitch. But she's going to regret it. I mean, really regret it. I'm going to ruin her life completely this time. This is when the article interview came out in the paper from January 10, right? January 10 is our January 10 article about the divorce of seals, and our girl Georgia is convinced she put it in the paper to ruin her, steal her thunder. January 15th, Tuesday. Oh, day before she goes missing, or day she goes missing. Day before, day of, or day before. January 15th, Tuesday. Herb was very hurtful tonight. I don't understand why he doesn't want to help me with the bitch, but I don't care. I'll do something myself. I did have an idea a few days ago, but I didn't think I would have the courage to do it. But now I want to see Herb's face when I pull it off successfully. He'll see I'm not that silly little girl he said I was. He will see he married a real mastermind. Oh, that's her husband, Lord Alva Herbert Lytton. Herb was hurtful tonight. I don't understand why he doesn't want to help me with the bitch. Oh, he told us about that. He told us that she wanted to get Audrey Seals fired, and he said, I can't help you with that. And she's like, I'm going to have to do something myself. I didn't think I would have the courage to do it, but now I want to see Herb's face when I pull it off. So she has concocted some scheme, but we should point out that this is important because the reasonable hypothesis we had was that Georgia Price just wants publicity, and that's why she's faked the kidnapping. But it feels like this gives us a different insight, right? Because she's focused on getting revenge. So is she going to try to pretend that Audrey Seals has kidnapped her? I feel like I've absorbed Gone Girl through cultural osmosis. I haven't seen it. Is it Fincher? It is Fincher. Don't worry about spoilers. Well, go see it. Go see that movie. Any spelling mistakes that match the misspellings in the ransom note? Another idea, we could use this handwriting sample. Boy, those are two great ideas that didn't even occur to me. I didn't see any spelling errors that jump out at me. But well, that is a very good idea. Okay, so let's get on our ransom note card. And let's make a note. Let's add to our ransom note. Magazines from room of G. Price, question mark. Handwriting from diary. Misspellings. Boy, I mean, that would be great if we could see her using the word D-Y-E for die, but her spelling seems fine, isn't it? She's got a good vocabulary and spelling, I believe. She must be blackmailing Eddie. I even have a guess about what. I guess I'm going to make a new thing about for the diary. Audrey Seals blackmailing Eddie Day, question mark, handwriting. Jonathan, it's good to point out we have Georgia Price's handwriting here. I don't think she's got spelling errors. We have a couple words she likes to use, right? She likes to use the word cunt, and she likes to say, I hate her, I hate her, I hate her. But, okay, here's a good catch. She's almost spelling beautiful wrong. But she doesn't. Something about her nice dresses. I ruined her good mood pretty quickly. I whispered something in her ear. This is probably telling her about the affair her husband's having. She wants revenge. She wants revenge. It's a good idea to look for misspellings, a very good idea, but I didn't see any. I didn't see any spelling errors. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, it seems like she's faking this kidnapping, but you could look at it the other way, like her, she's a perfect speller. Oh, Anna, stop. Anna, you have to stop. Anna says lots of spelling mistakes. Okay, well, I don't see any spelling mistakes, but it doesn't matter. You can't give us hints just because I say something wrong. You have to give me a chance to realize my own mistake. Okay, but it's weird you can't see them. Well, it's hard to read script, but I see one now. Rael, a real mastermind. All right, but Anna, you have to let us make mistakes. You have to let us make mistakes. Only when we come to the end of the case and get stuck and ask for a hint. But if you correct a mistake every time a mistake is made, then no one has any chance to learn from their mistakes and correct them. I guess there's a mistake here too, missing 2 L's. I feel like I laid a trap for you and you fell into it, Anna. I mean, I understand you're saying once I make a bad statement, you're willing to correct it, but you can't. You got to let us make mistakes. I see more spelling mistakes now that I look at it. Feelings with 2 L's. So Jonathan was right. Jonathan's instinct was right to look for spelling errors. I think what threw me is she's writing some fancy words correctly, but there are spelling errors here. Devil Boy Scooby says something that's very true. Spotting errors like that becomes trickier unless we're specifically looking. It's just true, and especially when you're dealing with cursive, your brain tends to fix that. In fact, there are a whole bunch of party tricks that rely on people being blind to such mistakes. I remember one quite vividly that someone did. A little party trick. I'll just tell it to you briefly. They basically had a big like 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper, and it had like 3 lines of text on it. Like it said, I gave the cat to the man at the pet store and he took it, right? So it was, this sentence ended on the, and then the was repeated here. Right? It was like 3 or 4 lines. And the person like asked someone to read it, and the person kept reading it, and eliding one of the thes. The brain just didn't read it twice. And because they were, however they were doing it, being told to read it, they couldn't see that they were skipping over this grammatical error. And the rest of us could see it. But it's just a good point that your brain autocorrects. Okay, anyway, but Anna fell into the trap, and now she knows she's been chastised. You have to let me make mistakes and give us the opportunity to fix them. I think Jonathan would have gone back and spotted those spelling errors. And you gotta let us make those things. Okay, it's time for another break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Just making a little note for Anna. Anna has given herself some demerits for giving us hints too prematurely. I would like to try to trail her before late night leads because we might be able to find her late night at a hotel. That's an interesting point. I will note, though, was there any mention of perfume in her bedroom? I'm not sure there was. Maybe that perfume is not hers. The maid might also bring up perfume in her lead. That's an interesting point that we didn't smell the overwhelming perfume in her room. That might be something. So we were just talking in the chat about the fact that it's 4:30 p.m. in game time, and I was wondering, we were trying to play one game day per session, but we're already at 5 hours. We've got lots of long leads. I just wonder if we're going to be able to finish a full day in one session. Can you guys hear the thunder? It is very loud. We've had so many great, long, deep leads. This feels like a totally different tone of a case than something like Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. These are really long, very psychologically satisfying leads. All right, but Jonathan wants to find this woman tonight before it's too late. Let us continue. Let us continue talking to these people. Okay, we searched her room. We circled G2 and we got her diary. Let's move on next. Let's talk to her personal maid, 47742. 47742 maid. Talk to Miss Price's maid, Cecily, and another 30 minutes. Okay, well, we are eating up a lot of our time here. So, are you Lady Lytton's maid? Yes, sir, I'm Cecily, her ladyship's maid. Pretty little thing, quite frightened, of course. It might have to do with the fact that the butler is standing in the doorframe. He insisted he had to be present when I questioned one of his staff. There's no need to be frightened, Cecily. I just wanted to ask you a few questions. Maybe you could help me find your mistress. I know nothing, sir, I swear. Her eyes well up. Looks like your attempt to calm her down backfired. You should hurry up before the waterworks start. Did Lady Lytton say anything to you about an appointment, a plan, anything else? Beside the rehearsal in the theater, I mean. No, sir, nothing. She usually doesn't talk to me, you see, unless I do something wrong, which is quite often, according to her ladyship. But other than that, no, she doesn't share her plans with me. Well, what about her mood? How did you find her lately? Oh, she was in a very bad mood since last Thursday. I went to bed crying every night last week. Oh my God, I shouldn't have said that. She looks at the butler terrified. Of course, it wasn't her ladyship's fault. I went to bed crying every night. It's my fault for being overly sensitive about things that I shouldn't. I'm only a servant, after all, and it's always a mistress's prerogative to offer criticism if I'm not doing my job to her liking. She recites this almost automatically. Geez, what a horrible place this is. So nothing out of the ordinary lately. Well, her ladyship was in a good mood on Wednesday morning. She hummed and smiled. I haven't seen her like this for quite some time now. She said I should pack an extra set of clothes in her bag because she might not want to wear the clothes she picked that morning all day. An extra set of clothes. Yes, sir, I put them in her gray bag for her, but it wasn't really unusual. Since that dinner in December, she often asked me to pack an extra set of clothes just in case. What dinner? On December 7th, when she forgot about a dinner party and had to attend it in her regular clothes. We read about that in the diary. And how come you remember the date so precisely? Her ladyship was very angry that day. She glances at her forearm. There's a scar there, like she had burned her skin a few weeks ago. Oh my God, Gloria Price put out a cigarette on the maid's arm. That's how angry she was about being made a fool of, forgetting the dinner party. Yikes. Okay, Georgia Price is not such a great person. So we did get a couple of clues from the maid, right? Extra clothes. She says it's not that unusual because of the dinner party, but we think actually she probably did change into clothes to hide out in the hotel or something. And gray bag, let's make a note of. And in a good mood. That's because she's doing this plan of hers. Right? That's why she's in a good mood, because she's going to show everyone that she's got this great plan. So she is hiding herself out. We just got to find her. I think this is just a little side case. All right, next up, the chauffeur. This is the one I'm most... In fact, let's save the chauffeur for last. Let's go to the butler. 52784. The chauffeur is the one who's got information for us, surely. 27. I guess they all have some information. 52784. All right, the butler is up next. It's another 30-minute lead, so that is causing time to tick by quite a bit. It's now 5:30. You try to start a conversation smoothly with the butler, one of the hardest tasks of your career. So, you're called Murdoch, huh? I have a grandfather called Caleb Murdoch. Hey, maybe we're related. You spell your name with a CH at the end? You try to sound cheerful. It's a big mistake. No, sir, I do not smell my name with a CH at the end, and I am quite sure we are not related. I came from England with his lordship. He's as cold as an icicle. Oh, he's as cold as an icicle. Never mind the chit-chat then. You know that I'm the one trying to help find your mistress, right? So how about being a bit more cooperative? I do not understand what you mean, sir. Was there something you wanted to ask, perhaps? No need to look at me like I'm some dirt on your master's shoes you have to clean off. You say testily, this uppity servant just gets under your nerves somehow. I wouldn't know anything about cleaning his lordship's shoes. That's the footman's job, he says, offended. Great, now you've offended him. Actually, it is great. You're glad you managed to pierce his armor. Mr. Murdoch, can you tell me anything about Lady Lytton's disappearance? Any information that could be helpful to find her? If I possessed any information that would help to find her ladyship, it would be my utmost pleasure to divulge it, detective, but most regrettably, I cannot be of assistance. So that's a no. Typical. All right, that's all we got from him. Nothing. But now we're going to talk to the chauffeur. What's the butler? I'm going to go take some course on doing accents for you guys. I've been meaning to do that for a while. I'm going to do it. You guys deserve it. You guys deserve for me to be able to do an English accent. I can sometimes do these if I slip into them, but I can't just do it at a regular clip. I can't predictably do it. 60071. But I'm putting that on my list for you guys. All right, the chauffeur. This is where we're going to get our case cracked wide open. $30, which makes it 6 p.m. It's time to go visit our here's Jimmy soon. Okay, let's see what we got. Thackeray is a young, handsome lad, looks quite downcast. Maybe it has to do with those pants he's required to wear as a uniform. I shouldn't have left her ladyship at the theater. Mr. Murdoch is right. What if something happened to her ladyship? It would be my fault. It's not your fault what happened. Don't you mind that old stiff of a butler? Just tell me exactly what Lady Lytton said to you yesterday. I was waiting for her ladyship next to the theater as always. She has a designated parking space there, but when she came out of the building, she just said, "Go home, Zach. I think I might just walk a bit today. I need some fresh air," and she walked away on Fifth Avenue. I was stunned at first, then I figured, I don't really have a choice, so I drove home. Mr. Murdoch was really mad when I arrived with her ladyship. He says dejectedly, circle marker Z2. Okay, so Jonathan had a theory about this, and that's pretty subtle, but I think maybe Jonathan had an idea that's not bad. So Jonathan's idea was that we're going to be able to actually retrace her path. We did not get much here, but we did get one little clue. Fifth Avenue. But which way on Fifth Avenue, says Jonathan? All right. Well, that is an interesting question. Let us... she left the theater on Fifth Avenue. Well, if there's only two directions, then we should maybe find... I would hope if we knew where she was going, but she might be heading for a hotel. But the other option is just to see if we can pick out a place going north and a place going south. So I wrote down where Madison Theater is, but then I put it away. So let me just write it out again. And then maybe we'll check our directory. But don't forget, 6 to 8 p.m. is Eros Jimmy's, so we want to go there soon. Now 6 p.m. Well, let's just see if we can theorize something. Madison Square Theater is on GP 28. What the? What's happening here? Madison Square Theater. Surely I've done this like 10 times already, but GP 28. Do we care about the address? 24th and Broadway. Okay, let's just take a look at that for a second and see if anything jumps out at us. So she wants to walk, huh? And she's in Gramercy Park. Okay, red. This case feels so historic and flavorful that it makes me want to read these entries. Gramercy Park is an enclave of genteel grace and distinctive architecture, named for Gramercy Park, the city's last privately owned park. Reserved only for those lucky enough to possess a key, the park's exclusivity made it a treasured oasis of calm in the bustling city, a historic neighborhood sandwiched between Midtown and downtown. All right, so GP 28, she heads on 5th Avenue. So here we are. We know she's here, and she's headed 5th Avenue in some direction, but we don't know where. So, if we wanted to try to track her, and I'm not saying we do, but if we did want to, the thing to do, let's assume she's going to walk a little bit. We looked for cabs, so we know she didn't hop into a cab. At least we think she didn't hop into a cab. But if we wanted to try to find her, GP 28 is Madison Square Theater. So you could ask, okay, the question for us, if we're going to try to get on her trail, is would someone have seen her going north, and would someone seen her going south? And so maybe the thing to do would be to look at places in 28, 33, 34, 23, 21. So the surrounding places, and see if any jump out at us as a place that might have observed, like where would she go? Are there any hotels? Remember, you can't just count on these illustrations being hotels, but let's just see if there's a nearby hotel. But maybe we don't want to, I don't know, Eros Jimmy's not going to know about her, so that's actually, Jonathan wants to find her. Look for hotels on 5th Avenue in GP. I think that's a great idea. Jonathan says, what if she's going to stay in this neighborhood and go to a hotel on 5th Avenue? Okay, let's see if we can do it. So 28. So let's look north. North is easier, right? We're looking at 23, 17, 10, 3, 4, 11, 21. Okay, 28. Any hotels here? No. Let's try to keep track. So we've looked at 28. Okay, and we're looking for a 5th Avenue one, ideally. Okay, next let's check 23. Any hotels here? No. Okay. Hotel or a place that would have remember seeing her. Okay, let's try 17. Here's 5th Avenue. Okay, let's try 17. No, just Irene Coons. We should also look for her doctor's office being here, right? Costello. But if she brought clothing, that seems like she wouldn't go to her doctor's office. Okay, but doesn't look like there's any hotel at 17. What about 21? We know there's a park, but is there anything else? No. Okay, 21. Okay, how about 10 and 11? Backs by Pearl. There's the limousine, but we tried that, right? Let me just check again, just because it's right there, 76519. I just want to make sure that we didn't do a bad lookup there. Now that I've trained Anna never to correct me, I have to be more careful about mistakes. 76519, no, okay. Okay, Facts by Pearl. This was a interesting idea of Peter's to put Facts by Pearl, sort of. Okay, Pawn Shop, surely not. 11, Detective Bureau, Clinic, Schwartz. Remember, we're looking for hotel, Dr. Costello, and we're looking for someone that might have spotted us. Ten and 11. Okay, let's try 3 and 4. Trash, pet shop, warehouse, undertaking, Prince George Hotel. Okay, so here's our first candidate, the Prince George Hotel. Which is 5th Avenue and 28th Street. That would be a good candidate for her, right on 5th Avenue, 1705. Jonathan was going to try to tell me to use the yellow pages for hotels, but now that he sees that I'm looking for not just hotels, he has retracted that. Okay, this was at GP4. So at the edge of the neighborhood here on 5th Avenue, there's a hotel. Now, I guess we could just look that up. No reason for us to keep going south if we find a clue about that. So let's try the Prince George Hotel at 31705. We're a little bit lucky that we're in Gramercy Park, because as you get into the Tenderloin or Times Square, it's just wall-to-wall hotels. So Gramercy Park, not that many hotels. Down south, Greenwich Village, even less. So we've got limited options here. 31705. Are we going to get lucky? No. No 31705. No. All right. So that wasn't that. By the way, have I showed you, do you remember me showing you my idea? I don't know if I actually showed this idea, my idea of a clip-in transparency. So, you know, with the bindings, you cut, you probably can't see there, with the bindings, you cut these square holes, but I realized that if I cut them all the way through and just let a couple, that instead of writing on this paper, you could just pop in a little transparency overlay if you wanted to reason about a place. And then you could either draw on it or like put little markers on this little transparency that you could just clip in. Maybe when we produce this, you just include a couple of these sheets that you could put stickers on, and just you could leave it in this neighborhood and flip around and then come back and have this still be here. Okay, but nothing is here, so no need to do that. But you could, it could be like, okay, you could keep track of it. You'd be like, we check there, 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 here, here. Like, it's a fun idea, don't you think? All right, let's go south. We did 28, which is where the theater is. Let's hit 33 and 34. Benji lives in Greenwich Village. Maybe she's hiding out at Benji's. That's an interesting idea, too. Okay, so on the alternate places we're looking for Benji or a hotel or Costello. So I think it's a good enough idea, actually, Jonathan, that we should look up Benji's home address so we know where he is. Benji, we made a note to ourselves to revisit him at home. So let's see if let's look him up in the white pages, and so that we know what we're looking for. We could look up Costello too. I guess let's do that. Let's look up both of them so we have addresses for them. Miller. Benji Miller. Benjamin Miller. Benjamin Miller is, who might be considered her friend, is on GV09 71931 on 13th Street, 118 West 13th. Okay, and then Costello. Let's see if we can find a Dr. Costello, psychiatrist. So it can be a little hard to find the psychiatrist. You have to you have to be a little bit careful about this. We can try to look up Costello. Look at all these community gardens. Condemned buildings. Look at all these condemned buildings. Consulates. Okay, so Costello, we have a Dr. Costello, Costello MD. That could be our guy. In Carnegie Mansion, that's probably our guy. Because he's in the same neighborhood as Georgia. Well, Georgia's certainly not walking up to visit Costello there, if that's him. 82372. I am interested to talk to him, though. I wonder if he's going to tell us about, or if he's going to say confidential, client confidentiality. All right, let's keep going for our hotel. This is similar to the I'm glad Anna is holding her tongue. This is similar to giving like hints. Like if this is a dead end, you should let us, and you are letting us, spend a lot of time on this dead end, because this is some of the satisfying stuff. You have to spend an hour chasing down the wrong lead to be satisfied when you get down the right lead. Okay, we did 28. We're going to check out 33 and 34 now. We're walking south on 5th Avenue. 33 and 34. I mean, we could check if she went into a subway too. Any subways here on 5th Avenue? No. 33. Sandwich shop. 34. The Flatiron office building. No. Okay, she comes out here. We haven't seen her going north at a hotel, so we're gonna try to catch her. How about, I don't want the black to rub off, so as good as idea this is, it's a little dangerous. Okay, 39 and 40. How about 39 and 40? Eye catchers, no. Raymond, no. 45, 46. How about that? Post office. You know what just occurred to me? I think this is the right idea. I'll tell you why else. Now that I think about it. Here's a question for you. Okay, ready? Why, if we're right, she's hiding out and staging this, why do we have good reason to believe she didn't, like, take a cab to the total opposite end of Manhattan to hide out. This is a clever little subtle thing. But why do I think of it? I'll make it easier. I don't even have to. Jonathan and I get on the same wavelength. I was going to say, I'll make it easier. How do we know she didn't like travel to Connecticut to hide out for her fake kidnapping? And do you know what the answer is? The answer is this. She had to get back to that theater in the morning to leave that note. That means she is not hiding out in Connecticut. She is hiding out very close by. All right, that makes me even more convinced that we're on the right trail here. Okay, 39 and 40. We did those, right? I think we did 39 and 40. Yeah. Okay. 45 and 46. The square ring, I don't know what that is. Post office, church. You can't hide out overnight in a post office. We have no instruction. We have no knowledge that she belongs to the Royal Order of the Moose. So she's probably not there. 46. Billy the Oysterman. What is that? It's a restaurant, apparently. Embers McCreary. We've never heard those names. Okay, let's try 52 and 53. 52, Iron Lounge, Courthouse, Soup Kitchen. You can't stay in a soup kitchen. 53, no. Okay, how about 58 and 59? Store, cigarettes, whole bunch of cigarettes on this block. I think that's accurate. There's a whole block where the cigarette companies... Oh, I don't know. Are they selling cigarettes? No, these are the cigarette companies. Okay, that was 58. How about 59? Department store, condemned building. Our actress is not hiding out, sleeping in a condemned building. Surely not. Surely not. All right, I'm going to just write that down just in case. That seems very unlikely that our glamorous lady is going to be in a condemned building, but maybe if she's got the guts, she'll try it. Variety store. Okay, no. That was 59. 64 and 65. Let's see. Come on, give us a hotel. More cigarettes. This is like Cigarette Alley here. Philip Morris, Raleigh, Millbank, cigarettes, Chesterfield. This whole block, 64, is just cigarette companies. All right, how about 65? Sporting goods, candy store, an attorney. No one we know. Okay, how about 70 and 71? I mean, there's no reason she might not be... She could have walked down Fifth Avenue and then walked to a hotel that's a block away. So I think after this, we should check all the hotels in Gramercy Park. But let's keep doing this. Let's do this first. 70 and 71. Gallery, tea shop, no. 75 and 76. New York Tech, hats, shoes, another condemned building. Nah, can't be. 21102. I better write it down. 21102. Well, 81 and 82 are our last shot at staying in the neighborhood on Fifth Avenue. 81, music store, taxi. We checked the taxi, right? 73623. Just make sure. I hate to make mistakes. 363, no. Okay, that's 81, and 82 is no. Okay, so it's not as simple as a hotel right on Fifth Avenue, and that's not the end of the world yet. I still think our idea is sound. So we've got two more things we're considering. One is she could have walked down into Greenwich Village where Benji lives. We will check that. Let's check these abandoned buildings, and then let's look at the hotels in Gramercy Park. There can't be that many hotels in that nice a neighborhood. So I'm just going to look up the abandoned buildings first to make sure she's not somehow screwed up the courage to hide out there. 34055. No. Okay. So now let's switch theories and look for hotels in Gramercy Park. It's a lot of hotels, so it makes it a little harder to search through them without making a mistake. And then we'll check out Benji. So lots of hotels in Manhattan, as you might expect. All right, we're looking for Gramercy Park hotels. Arlington Hotel. So what, is there any way we can eliminate some of these based on her being on Fifth Avenue? Not really. So let's just get out a list. I'm not going to check these one at a time. I'm going to make the list first. So Arlington Hotel. GP 23-83756. Keep going. Here's another one in Gramercy Park. 16-73001. This is one of those things that is kind of cheatable on the online thing because you can type in hotels and see all the pins in Gramercy Park. But Gramercy Park Hotel in 42 24539. Did you know each and every business is listed in this directory in one and only one category? We try our best to place businesses in the right category. If you feel your business is not listed in the most appropriate category, contact our offices. All right, any more GPs? Here's another one, Hotel Belmore, GP 271333. Here's another one, Hotel Beverwick, GP02. That's pretty far from her. 6023. Sorry, 60023. 60023. Let's keep going. Lots of hotels in Manhattan. Here's another one, Hotel Florence. 61-87430. Hotel George Washington on the 31 block. 32312. I wonder if she didn't go stay with Benji. Well, let's keep going, especially if she wants that cocaine, it would make sense. But he seemed believable. He seemed believable, so I sort of give him the benefit of the doubt. The McAlpin. Manhattan's a walker's paradise. Did you know? People are much more likely to walk a mile from point A to point B than in almost any other city in America. Owning a car in Manhattan is very rare. The average New Yorker would probably prefer to walk half a mile, 10 blocks, in good weather rather than deal with the hassle of hailing a cab or getting on a train or bus. Almost done with hotels. Here's another one. Prince George on 5th Avenue. She likes royalty. Is that going to be our most likely bet? 1705. She's got a thing for royalty. I wonder if she's not hiding out at the Prince George Hotel. That's it. We're in imports and exports. So we've got our list of hotels. If it was proximity, wait a minute. GP0404, we must have tried we tried the Prince George already, didn't we? That was our number one guess. Okay, well, we've got a 42. This one's pretty close. 16 is pretty close, actually. 16 might be the closest. 20, 61, 31. Hotel George Washington. She's going on 5th Avenue. She wouldn't be going on 5th Avenue if she's going to this one. Okay, let's try the 16 block. Did we overlook that? Oh, no, because we didn't text 16 because she was on 5th Avenue. But maybe she went up 5th Avenue like this. And then she headed this way. Okay, let's just check these. And then we'll check Benji if none of these are right. The nice thing is it's going to be easy for us to check. This would be even easier if we were two players. One would just read it and the other one would do it. But okay, let's see. 83756. 83756. No. 73001. 73001. No. 24539. 24539. We got a hit. Now, whether that's her or not, we don't know. Let's keep going. 7133. 7133. No. 60023. No. 87430. 87430. We have a hit. 32312. 32312. No. So we have two hotels that we got hits on. I will remind you that one hotel, the Hotel Lafayette, is where our Edgar Allan Poe people are. Let me just look up what the number of that and see if this is one of those so we don't get too excited. But we've got two hotel hits, huh? Hotel Lafayette is in Greenwich Village, 14250. So that's not us. So we've got two hotels. Anna says there's a bug. Okay. What do we got? What are we calling a bug? Do we 24539 shouldn't be a hit? What do you mean it shouldn't be a hit? Don't go there. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So I guess what you're saying is that there's no marker protecting us from reading something we shouldn't. Is that what you're saying? That there's going to be another reason we have to go there and because it's not markered, it's going to reveal information we shouldn't. That's the nature of the bug. Is that what you're saying? Let me just make sure I understand. Or are you saying something else? Sounds like you're just saying that that's going to be a lead that we're going to follow eventually, but you didn't expect us to get to it this way. Let's figure out which one is 60. Oh, it's on the 61 block. Let's just see where that is. Oh, it's markered. Phew. So, and it says it should be okay for us to go there because it's markered. So let's see, where is the 61? So what we're looking at is a hotel in this block. But now Anna says, if we check these two hotels, it'll be okay. Because this hotel is going to tell us we don't have the marker, there's nothing to do. But let's just skip it for now. And let's go to the 61 block, 87430, right here. So our theory is that our girl came down 5th Avenue. Maybe she went like this. 61. If we're right, if this is her hotel. All right, we've got a little bit of confusion going on here. According to my notes, I mean, maybe drawing on this thing is confusing, but according to my notes, we've got all of the hotels in Gramercy Park, and we got a hit on 2 of them. One was on the 42 block, 24539, which should be here. And one on the 61 block, which should be 87430. You've told us to be scared of this, but it should be markered. But 61 should be okay to go to. But now you're going to check if this is things. Okay, potentially a big bug. That's all right. Why don't we go to, it sounds like don't go there, says Hannah. Okay. So, we're going to say GP hotels. So we've got a match on 2, but we think maybe these might be just, maybe Anna just didn't anticipate us going to all the GP hotels, checking all the GP hotels. So we're just going to put a pin in this. We're going to assume that these were dead ends. Anna says, we need to talk after that stream. I'm not sure what that's about, but we do have another way to find that we think might lead to Georgie. If she's headed down 5th Avenue, we think she might be going to stay with her friend Benji. So let's pursue that lead. Let's pursue Benji's lead. So where is our entry on Benji? Okay, so actually Benji lives 118 West 13th Street in Greenwich Village 9. So let's just trace the path down to him in case that's what she's done. So if she walks out of the theater and heads straight down 5th Avenue, there's 14th Street. Benji actually lives right here somewhere, so pretty close. So let's go to Greenwich Village. We're coming down 5th Avenue. And we're told that Benji lives in the 9 block here. So she's come down and then she's come over, if our theory's right, that she's at Benji's house here. So let's look up 71931 and see if there's an entry for Benji's house. 71931. There is an entry for Benji's house. So we are going to go visit Benji. Surely there can't be any objection to that. Page 111. Now, are we going to get some hint that he's not home? All right, let's see what we got. If you have circled marker L2, which we have, and it's Sunday, otherwise no one's home. So we need to return to this on Sunday, but does that mean that we are out of luck? No time has passed, but that's tempting. Well, no one's home, no one answered the door. That does seem very likely possibility for where Georgie went, though. Uh, Eyewitnesses, yeah, I didn't, the problem is that we were told we need to find her by tomorrow. Nothing jumped out at me as a place where they would recognize her, notice her. I mean, we could see if maybe someone noticed her at the park. Madison Square Park? Seems unlikely. Eight, 3, 4, 2, 2. No. Okay, like a newsstand. I don't know why a newsstand would see our actress walking by. So, let's just chat for a second. I mean, we've been playing almost 6 hours. Let's just chat about a little bit about the dilemma we're at here. It's 6 p.m. We've got plenty of time left. We know we're going to be able to do a late night read or two tonight, but we don't know exactly how those are going to work. If they work like the others, like in the previous case, it just means we'll be able to pick another place, like a bar or a restaurant to go to. We have places to go. We've got other people to talk to who knew Georgie. We could go to her psychiatrist. We can go to her other friends. At 6 p.m., we do have our meeting with Earless Jimmy that we could go to now. Talking to our psychiatrist may give us a little bit of a hint about where she might want to go. She could have walked up into the Tenderloin Hotel nearby, but Anna. But the nature of our dilemma is that I would say if we weren't told if we didn't have that conversation with the director where we were like, if we don't find her by tomorrow, we're going to have to call in the cops. It sounded like we were supposed to find her tonight. And I think Jonathan had that same vibe too. He was like, we're going to have to catch her in our late night lead tonight. So I think we're nervous about doing anything that doesn't give us a trail to her. But we do have the other people. So we were so fixated on the idea that we could track once we figured out she was kidnapping herself, it felt like she's probably in a hotel in Gramercy Park, but we found 2 hotels, but it seems like that wasn't anticipated, so we're gonna just ignore those for now. We thought she might be at Benji's, and it seems like there's a good chance she is at Benji's, but we're just not going to be able to find her till Sunday, and that would go against our theory that we have to find her tonight. So Anna does seem to be trying to give us her 3rd hint here that we should stop doing this stuff and just visit the leads we know about. Anna just cannot help herself, but I can see why that was. This time it's a combination of just getting bored of watching us thrash about. So as a meta thing, you might just say we should just try to track down these other leads related to Georgie. And we have the meeting at Earless Jimmy that we can't afford to miss, but we have a couple hours. We don't have to do that right away. So, but we're also almost at our next break, and we're approaching 6 hours. Not as a hint, I would say this as a player as well. Yes, and in general, you've heard me say over and over again, you pull at the low-hanging fruit first, whereas this is maybe searching in the... Well, this is a very reasonable search, given that we think the time pressure is on us. If we hadn't had that meeting that says we got to find her by tomorrow, it'd be much less rushed to find her. But I must admit, I am loath to not find her tonight. But okay, so separate question. Jonathan, any thoughts about what you want to do at this point? Should we keep tracking down the leads that we can go to that are related to Georgie? The doctor. We have the other theater too, right? The Gatsby Theater. So we've got, and Benji we visited, and then there's the doctor. So we could go to the doctor. We can find Sylvester Tracy. That was one pair. We can find Eloise Kellett. That's the second pair. And then we have the 6 to 8 p.m. Earless Jimmy. So we have Hotel Lafayette, which is all the Edgar Allan Poe people that we haven't even stopped to see. So my question for you is whether you want to take a break and come back and do another hour block of places, or whether you want to break and come back tomorrow and continue the day. What do you think? John says, let's go see Earless Jimmy. I think we could use a drink after all those hotels. Okay, I like it. So we're going to put this aside for a second. And we probably have other stuff too in my to-do list, but let's go to Earless Jimmy at Julius Bar. I had my notes, so I might have an entry already for the Julius Bar, but let's just look it up. It can't be that hard. The Julius Bar, where Heroes Jimmy hangs out, is 52095. p.m. and he told us we could meet him anywhere between 6 and 8. Okay, here we go. Julius Bar, 30 minutes have passed. It's now 6:30. Yeah, that was Benji. Okay. So 52095, Julius Bar. Jimmy is here today, cradling a beer as usual. You order another one for him and sit at the next table, although he looks like he's stewed to the hat already. You don't even have to ask anything before Jimmy starts muttering. Not about Finley the last couple of nights. I reckon he found his bird for the job. I sniff around a bit in the gin mills and night joints where it is some bloke hired a can opener and another con woman a couple nights ago. One of them could be Finley. Jimmy looks at you expectantly. Yeah, he has the goods, and those are worth some scratch, so you grease his palms. So the can opener is going to be a safe cracker. And then we've got a con woman who's been hired. Jimmy looks at the banknotes approvingly before he puts them away in his pockets. Sorry, we ask, do you know who the con woman and the safecracker are? He looks at the banknotes approvingly before he puts them away in his pocket. Billy's a huffer at the Village Vanguard, and Cracker Joe usually hangs out at Chumley's, but you won't find him this early. Yeah, I know. Thanks anyway. Looks like you have plans for tonight. Okay, so there looks like our late night leads. The Village Vanguard for Tilly and Chumley's for these are our leads for our late night leads about our collector. So we've got at late night leads, you can visit the Village Vanguard nightclub and Chumley's bar. Okay, and it's Tilly at the Village, that's the con woman. And Chumley's bar is going to be Cracker Joe, who's a safe cracker. Okay, so we've got, and J1, let's not forget that. Okay, so it sounds like we've got at least some of our late night leads, and it sounds like we're back on the trail of the collector who's hired a safecracker and a con woman. So who is this con woman? We don't know about her yet. A safecracker matches up with our Mark Twain theory. All right, it's now 6:30. We are done with our scheduled events. We have until 8 o'clock for end of day. And then we could go long until 10 p.m. if we wanted to with some demerits, or we could jump straight to the late night leads. We do have a bunch of places to go. Right, late night leads to the scheduled events, said the instruction. Okay, let's just write them in here, I guess is what you're saying. So Village Vanguard and Chumley's bar. Maybe we'll find others, I don't know. All right, What should we do now? We got a choice. We can keep playing. We've been playing for 6 hours. We've had longer sessions. I'm a little doubtful that we are going to. Maybe we should break now and finish up tomorrow. I think maybe we should, just because we're a little bit. I think I think we should, rather than play and feel a rush to end. I think we're going to break here after 6 hours. I mean, I gotta say, we have flailed around a little bit here, but no complaints from me. It's fine to flail around. I like our thinking. I like the story. It feels very rich, very deep. I've got no complaints. No complaints. We're going to stop here after 6 hours. It's 4 a.m. But we'll meet up again at 10 p.m. on Friday, which is today, which is in what? 12 plus 6, 18 hours. 18 hours from now, we will have our next session. At some point, we're going to have to decide whether, ideally, we'd be breaking on days, but this is a nice, long, rich case with lots of great stuff that we'll have to decide if we want to try to get through day 2 tomorrow or just get halfway. All right, we're going to break here. I'm loving it so far. I'll see you all tomorrow evening, this evening, Friday at 10 p.m. Central Standard. I'll schedule it as soon as we get offline. Give some thoughts about what you want to do when we get back. We got a couple hours before the end of the day. I'll see you tomorrow.